everyone else that you're not boring, but it's making me feel like my skin is crawling. I keep pouring out my empathy to someone I don't even see eye to eye with. I don't mind if you don't have it all together. Yeah, I get it, we're all human, but I give you an inch and you take miles. It's tragic, ruining my sanity with tales of animosity. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy, lose my mind, and I swear I might die if I cared more, but you're not worth the time. You never put me up front, 'cause it's your spotlight. I'm in the backseat of my own car. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy one more night. Climbing up somebody else's ladder just to make yourself feel just a little bigger. I don't know if I've seen anything that's sadder. It's so hard to comprehend how you don't even understand. Stepping on me without even trying. Never seen somebody get so good at lying. It's impressive you don't spend all your time crying over all the ways you let me down. So many I could drown, but I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy, lose my mind, and I swear I might die if I cared more, but you're not worth the time. You never put me up front, 'cause it's your spotlight. I'm in the backseat of my own car. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy one more night. Typical emotional, sensitive and cynical. Took my sanity and sent it up the wall. Typical emotional, it's so unoriginal. I gave you the best and you just took it all. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy, lose my mind, and I swear I might die if I cared more, but you're not worth the time. You never put me up front, 'cause it's your spotlight. I'm in the backseat of my own car. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy one more night. Never put me up front, 'cause it's your spotlight. I'm in the backseat of my own car. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy one more night.
A rookie takes on 6 veterans in the Speedboat Finals. A legend from the 2020 season comes out of retirement and returns as the early 2022 season leader, and several new players lead the VDL top 7. Will they be able to defend their positions? Stay tuned and find out. This is League Night.
Now there ain't nothing to it, go ahead and bring Goliath on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcile bonds, so ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions, know that he is something. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that, yo. Here we go.
I'ma show you who I am. I'm unbreakable. I'ma make you understand. Watch me escape.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the April 2022 edition of League Night. I am your host, Brian Preble, co-founder of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network and host of tonight's show. Joining me tonight are Brandon Fogel, fellow co-founder of the DBN and winner of the 2021 VDL regular season, David Hood, host of Deadline News and lead organizer for the longest-running face-to-face tournament, PixieCon, and Saren Kwok, the DBNI #1 ranked player at the end of the 2021 regular season and 2022 DBNI Super 7 finalist. Thank you all for joining me tonight.
Thank
Great
you, Brian.
to be here.
And
Thanks for having me, Brian.
to thank each of you for watching the Diplomacy Broadcast Network's coverage of League diplomacy games from all around the world. And as usual, I'd like to give a shout out to those watching us live and participating in Dip Chat tonight. You can join in by going to our YouTube or Twitch channels during our live stream. It's a fantastic community. One of my favorite things about this show and this community. Definitely encourage everyone to join in. It's a lot of fun. Tonight, we are featuring 4 Virtual Diplomacy League games and 2 games from this month's feature league, the Nexus Speedboat League. Before we get to those games, I'd like to take a quick look at some upcoming events. The DBNI season's already packed with a ton of opportunities to play, lots of ways to earn points in the 2022 season, regardless of your preferred format to play. David, could you introduce our upcoming tournaments?
I'd be glad to do it. And PoppyCon in Australia starts us off later this month in April. That's in Melbourne at Melissa Call's house. I think is where they do PoppyCons. It's great to see the Australians back to a face-to-face event. The North American DipCon also coming up at the very end of April. I'll be there. Brandon will be there. Really looking forward to that one. That's in San Jose, California. DixieCon is my tournament at the end of May in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Looking forward to that. By the way, Chapel Hill, go Heels. Regatta, end of June. That is the return of the Denver, Colorado tournament that I went to 20 years ago and loved it. And so glad that they're resurrecting that tournament now. Cascadia, normally in January, got delayed to July 9th and 10th because of COVID restrictions. That's up in Vancouver, British Columbia. So I'm sure Chris Brand will put on a nice show there. And we just got new dates announced for the Boston Massacre, August 12th through the 14th, surprisingly, in the Boston area. Great face-to-face tournament with a long pedigree, and we're so glad to have it back. And by the way, go Heels.
And in addition to that, there's a ton of league activity coming up. Saren, would you mind introducing these upcoming events?
So the French Diplomacy League will have 2 rounds in April and 1 in May. This is a French language virtual league and will be featured here on League Night during our June broadcast. The next wave of our last month's feature league, the Nexus Press League, will start on April the 11th. This is a full press extended deadline league, and new waves start every 2 weeks. Next month's feature league, the Tour of Britain, played its first round last weekend and has its next round scheduled for May the 14th. The Virtual Diplomacy League returns to action May the 21st with its usual 3 rounds of globally friendly time slots. As always, League Night will provide live coverage of these games. Leagues are a great way to experience competitive play in a more relaxed environment than a full tournament, and you can find links for each of these leagues in our show notes.
All right. And there are also 2 extended deadline tournaments ongoing right now that are likely to count for DBNI points. The championship game of the Nexus Season 7 tournament is just started. It features a who's who of the extended deadline community, including Greg Matthews, Jordan Connors, Matthew Krill, Ed Sullivan, John Anderson, Karthik Konath, and Tarzir. Additionally, the Online Diplomacy Championship just concluded signups, and games for this event will start tomorrow at the playdiplomacy.com website. You can follow along with all of the action in their forums. We're also really excited that we're going to be likely adding another league as a DBNI qualifying event. They are on pace to get the requisite player count and board count. The Play Diplomacy Press League, which can be found at the playdiplomacy.com forums, is a year-long diplomacy league. It's completed 2 games so far, has 3 underway as we speak. Signups happen yearly. So once you sign up, it is a year-long event. You're locked in. Only alternates can fill in at that point. So too late to sign up for this year, but we do plan to cover some of those games in a future broadcast, and you should have a chance to sign up in the 2023 season next January. And as always, to learn more about any of these events, you can find the links in our show description, and you can check out the QR code. And this is a good reminder also, if you are enjoying the show, if you could go ahead and like and subscribe, those activities will help share this broadcast with a wider audience, which in turn helps share diplomacy with more people, which is one of our missions here at DPN. So, Brandon, last month saw the kickoff of the March 2022 Virtual Diplomacy League. Can you give us a quick recap of what happened last month?
Sure, I can, but I thought David was going to do that, actually.
David, if you'd like to.
I really need support from the people that I'm on the broadcast with, Brandon Fogel.
Mm-hmm.
So stop throwing me to the wolves. I will say that the first game that we had last league night was, remember that West Ketchum game where he had that big play in 1907 where he, stabbed Austria and Italy in the same turn and just got gigantic to the big board top. That's what happened in the first game. The second game was when John Anderson, who was the 2020, towering figure in season 2020 and then mostly sat out season 2021. He stabbed his ally in the second game, went up 6 centers in 2 years, got 13 centers as Italy. Brandon, do you have sense enough to remember how the third game went?
I do, David, and thank you for pointing that out as usual. The third game was when I think Tommy and Tanya pledged their eternal love for each other and formed an EF that was very heavily F in Tanya's favor, and that earned Tommy a new nickname, Tanya Anderson. And then I believe Stephen Hogue in Italy ended up topping that board because marriages made in hell usually bring bad results. That's the punchline there.
And after the dust settled, here is how our standings look after 1 month of play. In our top 7, John Anderson is back. He is back in force, and just like the 2020 season, is out to a very early lead. Wes Ketchum is kind of shaken off some of the challenges that he's had in VDL. He's had really good success in DBN play, in tournament play, but his success in virtual play has not been as great. We'll take a look at that in a little bit. But he's off to a solid start this season. Stephen Hogue, good to see him up here in third. And then rounding out the remainder, we've got a lot of ties. It's very early. We've got Franz Hansen, Jason Bennett, Adina Lieblich, which we're going to see in our player spotlight, and Jason Massbaum, the 2022 Diplomat of the Year, is number 6. Our bubble, we've got Tanya Gill, Tommy Anderson, Christian Brown, Timothy Crosby, Liam Stokes, Ronnie Mordenoff, and Bradley Grace rounding out your top 14. So already some familiar names and some new names, and that's one of the fun things about it being so early in the season. Everybody's got a chance, and it's an exciting time to be a fan of virtual diplomacy.
Yeah, it was really good to see those new players come in. Players like Franz and Jason Bennett making some noise on their first board.
Yeah, absolutely. Love to see it. Everybody enjoys playing with some fresh blood, and we've had some rookies come in strong and stay strong throughout the whole season. So, well, Brandon, one of the best things about playing so many virtual games is our access to stats. So let's take a look at some of those right now. These are the main stats that we'll be looking at today. TS is our top share, what percentage that players are topping games at. Then CAP is centers above average player. CAP 04 shows kind of how are they getting out to a strong start. So centers above or below the average player at the end of 1904. EFF, that's our efficiency score, the percentage of successful orders. This does not necessarily always relate to success. That's why we've got under a style metric. There are some players who do very well with low efficiency scores, and some players will intentionally do that. So efficiency does not equate to better play. It is an interesting indicator of play style. COL stands for collaboration. That is how many supports were given or received by given to foreign units or received from foreign units. And GT, that's our give and take. That shows the difference between foreign supports given and received. So a positive number shows someone who is giving more supports than receiving, and a negative number would indicate less or more receiving more supports than average. So again, all of those style columns are not necessarily good or bad. They're just indicative of what methods players are using to get to the top. And that's been one of my favorite things to see as we were looking at all these stats. There are some of them that do strongly correlate to success. Like usually if you've got a high cap and a high top share, you're going to be towards the top of the league because you can't have one without the other. But those style ones, everybody has different play styles, and it's been fascinating to watch how players get there. Brandon, why don't you talk us through? You were the first place during the regular season of the Virtual Diplomacy League, so I think you understand these stats and players very well. Let's meet our third place leader right now, Stephen Hogue.
Yeah, first of all, let me compliment Stephen Hogue on the picture. Thank you for killing it with the beard and the long hair. That is a very Nordic combination. Let's see. Stephen comes in with top share and cap numbers that are really average. And his efficiency is also sort of average in the middle. He's not a strong collaborator. You see that collaboration number is fairly low, and the give and take is right in the middle. So Stephen is a player who whose results, I think, have been in the middle for the most part, which makes his top last week stand out even more so. I think what you see with Stephen here is that he's a player who has been playing for a while, and we've been kind of waiting for it to click for him. And, you know, maybe his performance last week is evidence that that's going to happen. That'll depend on how things go from here on out. And in Wes Ketchum, Wes is another interesting case, a player who you and I, Brian, know pretty well from the Weasels, and we've seen him perform extremely well. And yet in the league, he has had really mediocre to poor results. You can see here his top share gets him only in the 18th percentile. That top share of 39% is actually quite good. There must be something wrong with those numbers.
Yeah, I'd probably goof that up.
Yeah, 39% top share would put him near the top, I think. So that's probably not right. But given what we've seen of his results, being in the 18th percentile kind of makes sense for him. Not strong efficiency stats and not a strong collaborator. Interesting, though, he gives more than he takes. So this may be evidence of a player who is trying to get people to work with him and not having success so far. And yet he topped his board last week kind of masterfully. So this may also be a case where Wes is finally getting some of the VDL play style. And then with John Anderson, we have the other end of the spectrum. John has not been an average player by any stretch of the imagination. He is somebody who, when he played in 2020, dominated the circuit, second only to Tanya Gill that year. He did not play a whole lot last year, so these stats are mostly from 2020 and last week combined. That top share number, 66% seems even higher than is possible. Wouldn't surprise me if that's true for him. Certainly wouldn't surprise me to see him in the 98th percentile for that. Cap rate, super high. This is a player who gets centers, tops boards. And with the efficiency rating, that shows that he's a player whose units do what he wants them to do. And he does it through high collaboration and gives more than he takes. Yeah, these describe a player who is able to get other people to work with him. And he does it by spreading the special sauce around, and he ends up getting more out of it.
Yep, there are 150 virtual diplomacy players in our statistics, and 61 players played at least 4 VDL games and have had their statistics ranked. So when you're looking at those percentages, that's a good chunk of people when you're comparing those numbers. That's been a lot of fun to see all of that data come together and learn from so many different players. But we're not just ranking our players. We're also paying attention to our powers. Saren, would you mind running us through really quickly how our powers have performed in the Virtual Diplomacy League to date?
Knowing my disdain for looking at trends by power, of course, Brian makes me do this. But hey, what do we have? So far, we have tops from Turkey at 10 centers, Italy at 13 centers, and another Italy at 9 centers. And we have twice eliminated powers are Russia, France, and Turkey. So Germany continues to have quite a rough time in this league, with Christian Brown being the only player last week to end at more than 4 centers. Russia also underperformed.
Yeah, so all of those stats just kind of reflecting how things have changed since the games from last month. And just looking really quick as a reminder from 2020 and 2021 seasons, the average center count. So 10 center top for Turkey, 13 center for Italy. Those are definitely going to be increasing those scores. But the big surprise for me, Germany just continued. But Russia, who was extremely successful, performing above the previous year's performance in 2021, had a really rough night last month. So curious to see, is that a shift in the meta, a response to maybe perhaps Russia overperforming and pulling them back towards their average? Or is this going to be kind of a bump in the road and we'll see some of those big scores come back? Well, Sarah, I'm sorry.
Take a moment to just say something about Germany. I think it's just a lack of imagination in on the part of the hobby. People, England's and France's are just defaulting to a Leviathan sort of too quickly, I think, and also punishing Germany if Germany tries to choose one or the other. So I'd like to see that change personally, and I hope it does.
Yeah, and it's just been wild because that last year in particular, I'll go back to this. We had this Germany from 2020 is more in line with what you'll see in statistics from other leagues and throughout diplomacy history. So to just have the abysmal performance in 2021 has just been shocking. I do expect that it almost has to improve, but it did not last month. Well, somebody who did find some success last month was our 6th place player, Adina Lieblich. Saren, you had a chance to catch up with Adina for this month's player spotlight. Let's go ahead and take a look at that video right now.
Hello, I'm here today with Adina Lieblich, coming to us from Australia. Adina first came onto the virtual scene in December and has been steadily improving through each of her appearances, notably finishing second only to John Anderson in her first virtual game of the new season. Adina, tell us a bit about yourself and how you first began to play diplomacy.
I hate talking about myself, so I'll just start with diplomacy. I first began playing diplomacy through a Reddit Discord group. It's an Australian stock markets group, and there's a Discord, and they normally like to play games just to be social. And there was a brief foray into playing diplomacy, but it didn't go very well because everyone was quite friendly already, and so the backstabbing was quite I don't know how to explain it, but when you're already in a friendship group, I found it everyone got really personal and took it quite personal. So I didn't like playing it with that group of people, but I thought the game was really interesting, so I thought the internet can solve this, and found one of the Discords, and then just jumped straight into playing Speedboat, which I'm told is a very normal, usual way of doing things. Perhaps a bit of a baptism by fire because I'd played one game and watched some YouTube videos, but yeah, and the rest, I guess, is history. Recent.
Yep. It sounds like the friend group wasn't quite stabby enough for you, so you came here to the DBN community.
It was actually too stabby. I don't know how to explain it, because I don't think people that I played with would say that I was overly emotional or took things personal, but for some reason in that group, because everyone already knew each other and was already friends, everything was personal, even though it wasn't at all.
Fair. Adina, what would you say is the most interesting thing you found in virtual face-to-face so far?
Oh Lord, what's the most interesting? Probably just the wide array of people. I mean, just, you know, sitting, for me, usually in the middle of the night in Australia, playing games with people from all over the world, I think is pretty crazy. So I thought that was interesting. I didn't think that many people would be that active in really anything, I guess. I'm kind of new to Discord and I've never really been like a gamer. So that side of things is kind of new to me. So finding how easy it is to connect with people from literally anywhere has been pretty cool.
Awesome. Lots of the players in the hobby have come to us from other games and say that their experience with other games or other hobbies has given them a leg up in diplomacy. You mentioned your stock markets group, I believe. Do you have any hobbies or interests you'd like to share with us?
Yeah, I think this one isn't very uncommon. I think it's quite common, but I don't really have much board game history, I guess. But I guess I do. Prior to diplomacy, I was a bit of a poker player, and an unsuccessful one. And I guess I was interested in finding something else to occupy my mind that didn't cost money. So that's, I guess, my equivalent. But yeah, I've never been one for chess. Even though a lot of poker players really like chess, I don't have the patience. I mean, I'm interested, but I'm very bad at chess.
Would you say that it's more the social aspects rather than maybe the tactical or board moves that interest you about diplomacy then?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm not disinterested in the tactics, but I'm also not good at them. And I do love to talk a lot of crap. So that's probably, I don't know how much swearing I can do in this interview, but I cleaned it up as best as I could. But yeah, I'm definitely one of the louder people in the games, I think. I don't know what other people would say, but yeah, I definitely enjoy the social aspect of it a lot.
Awesome. I always love hearing what people, what kind of compels people to play this game. It's interesting hearing the range of answers you get on that question. But thanks for taking the time to talk to us today, Adina, and best of luck in this month's video.
Thanks. I'll probably need it.
Saren, thank you so much for doing that interview. I love these player spotlights. The community within the diplomacy hobby really is, if not the strongest, definitely one of the strongest things about this hobby that we all love. And being able to meet people this way has just been a great addition to the show. So I really appreciate Adina for joining us. And Saren, thank you for that interview.
You know, what struck me in particular about that interview was Adina talking about the fact that she's not really a gamer. And I've said this before, that diplomacy is unique in the way that it pulls people from different parts of our society in a way that no other game does. It is actually unusual to find a game where, quote, not gamers, end quote, can come play and enjoy it. It's because it's a people game, negotiation game. And so it's just great to hear that. It certainly confirms what I've always thought is diplomacy is a great way to build fences with people that are not like yourself.
Nothing builds relationships like stabbing.
That's the great thing about diplomacy is, you know, we come together and we lie to each other and betray. We form relationships and then we break them, and then afterward it brings us closer together. Yeah. We are screwed up.
Brandon, why are we not closer than we should be? I'd like to know.
Do you want me to sit here and list the reasons? I don't think we have time on this segment.
Never mind.
We'll come back to that.
All right. Well, we're going to transition over to our game coverage. Before we do that, I just want to give each of our analysts a chance to set up what the things are that they're going to be watching for in tonight's games. Brandon, I'm going to start with you.
I believe John Anderson is playing, right? I'm curious to see how the field reacts to John coming back and topping his first board so masterfully, and also how John reacts to playing with a target on his back.
And David.
We have seen a lot of triple alliances in the early parts of VDL seasons in the last two, particularly last season, but also some of the season before. But we've got a lot of different players here. Are we going to see some of that behavior again, or are we going to see different playing styles because we're dealing with different names? We're going to find out. I think that's going to be an interesting storyline for tonight.
Saren.
Yeah, so somewhat related to what David just said. Last season, we had a lot of shared board tops near the beginning of the season as people sort of tried to stay under the radar and maneuver to get into a better position in the later half of the season. We haven't really seen that in the first month of this season's games, so I'll be looking to see whether that continues tonight.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I want to thank each of you for joining us as analysts. Really appreciate you taking your time and your knowledge and your insight. Folks, we have some of the best diplomacy players to play the game that are active in the hobby right now. On this stream. It's a treat for me to be able to be with them. And also, thank you for watching. Again, if you are enjoying the show, please remember to like and subscribe, post in the comments, join in chat. All of these things help the YouTube algorithm promote our show. And there's good odds that there's somebody who has similar viewing habits on YouTube is what you do, and YouTube will share that video with other people that are like you and help them find this video. We've had several members of the community that are active, and some of them performing quite well, that have found this hobby by watching one of these broadcasts and this community. So really appreciate you all for participating in that way. And with that, let's go ahead and get to our games. All right, so for this broadcast of the Virtual Diplomacy League early rounds, we're going to start out with myself, David, and Saren covering Game 1. Before we do that, let's take a quick look and see our current standings. So the season starts with John Anderson in first place, as we alluded to during the opening segment. Wes Ketchum in second, Steve Hogue in third. Right on the bubble, we've got a bunch of people tied. Tanya Gill, Jason Massbaum, Adina, all in sixth place, and then Tommy Anderson in ninth and Christian Brown in 10th. So some good action there. And let's take a look at which players are playing tonight that are from our we're going to look at their DB&I standings. Oh, sorry about that. Just let me pull that up. David, do you mind real quick talking through from those players that we just looked at? It's early. What are your thoughts on how you approached the early season? And then Saren, obviously you had a ton of success last season. What was your thought process at this stage of the league?
Well, I'll just be quick and say, the thing I think people need to remember is it's almost too early to have a trend that you need to worry about. If you had a bad round or you didn't even play in the March games and you're here for the first time in April, or you're going to be joining in May, if I were in those shoes, I would just not worry about that too much. There's plenty of other opportunities to pick up the pace, to have a different result, to sort of get your sea legs and really cause a story to happen that's got your name in it. I mean, it's great that John had the success he had. It's great that Steve Hogue had that, that board top, and Wes Ketchum. But honestly, it's too early for us to draw any real serious conclusions from that. Saren, how do you think about this?
Absolutely agreed, David. If we go back to March, April, or May last season, the top 7 then was basically entirely different from the actual top 7 at the end of the season. So there's a lot of room for things to shake up.
Definitely. Well, in VDL Game 93, titled Space Jam, which I can only assume may be a spring training baseball reference, or I'm not sure. We'll have to see. Maybe it's related to our Final Four. Could be a North Carolina reference. I'm going to have to ask Zachary Moore to explain our titles here. But more importantly than the title are the players in the game. This is a really fun group of players, many of which are pretty familiar. Tim Crosby, who was 33rd in the DBNI last season and had a shot at making it at the Super 7 in the DBNI itself, is in 11th place and in VDL and is in Austria. In England, we have Iber Condrel, who will be one of the organizers for the upcoming regatta tournament in Denver. France, we have Baron of Kirkholm, who played with us, I believe last season was the first season, and was pretty active. Germany, we've got Aidan Lewis from North Carolina. Italy, Robert Shoup from Dresden, another of our DBNI participants from the 2022 season. Russia, we have Adina, who we just watched. And Turkey, we've got Jackson Roberts, someone else that was very active during the 2020 season and not as active in 2021, making a return. Will they have similar success as John Anderson? Saren, you played with probably all or most of certainly these players. What are some things we should watch for in this game with these matchups?
Yeah, so we've got Eber and Jackson both coming back from fairly extended hiatuses, and it'll be really interesting to see how they kind of adapt to the ways that the game has changed since they were last playing.
All right, well, we will begin. David, I'm going to have you start on color, and Saren, I'm going to have you take the play-by-play. So you can just walk us through what you're seeing on screen, and here we go.
Cool. I'll start in the West. Thanks, Brian. We've got Eber not going to the channel and Baron going to the channel. So immediately something seems to be have happened there, and definitely channel is going to be a hot spot this game to watch out for. Aiden opens entirely standard German opening. In the East, we've got Adina doing something very standard, and Jackson and Timothy both doing something quite standard. The only thing that really stands out to me is the bounce in Piedmont between Robert and Baron.
You know, the fact that nobody is in Burgundy here is a really good sign for those of us that are hoping that Germany comes back this season, because that is a very pro-German and not very friendly to the English move by the Baron. It's not just going to the channel, it's nobody being in Burgundy.
I think we've got the makings of an early sea lion, perhaps, the early attack on England.
We'll see what the fall portends.
Incredible. It looks like Eber tries to bounce Aiden out of Holland while also covering Wales, and Baron declines to vacate the channel, instead supporting himself into Belgium, as well as taking Spain. Meanwhile, Robert does something that has become quite popular within the virtual hobby, going into Trieste presumably with arrangement and walking into Aegean. Jackson moves to defend from this, and Adina keeps her options open by taking Sweden and Rome.
You know, I said that in spring there was nobody in Burgundy. In the fall, it's that there's nobody in the Black Sea, because Jackson has figured out, yep, I got to move around, and we can't afford this bouncing in the Black Sea business or even going to the Black Sea when I'm facing what looks like what he's coming as AI.
Yeah, really good read on Jackson's part.
The German support to Holland is particularly striking. Did he really think that Eber was going to bounce him? It must be what he was thinking, because that's not normally what you would do with Ruhr.
I think he knew it, because what I think happened is Eber offered to bounce Germany out of Holland to Baron, and Baron decided, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to warn Aiden about it, and he can support himself in.
Yeah, it's possible. Also, when you're facing a sea lion, there's at least one or two articles out there that say, "Hey, trying to bounce Germany out of Holland is one of your best plays." So, Aiden, having been around the block a few times, it's possible that they were just anticipating that as well.
Plus, he didn't have anybody in Burgundy or Tyrolia to worry about with
Yeah.
respect to Munich.
Yeah.
Mm.
You know, the one build that sticks out, I'm sure y'all will get ready to say the same thing. South Coast Fleet in St. Pete. You don't see that very often. And that certainly appears to be that if this is really an FG versus England, Russia is going to play balance of power here. Which I must say is not always the choice that Russia makes. Sometimes you join in on the gang attack against the English and take Norway, but that is not what she's doing.
Would you like me on the play-by-play again, Brian?
Yes, yeah, we'll do that for the whole game.
Yeah, okay, brilliant. Adina correctly reads that Aiden is going to the Baltic and bounces him out. Meanwhile, Eber's struggles continue as Baron taps the North Sea, and seems to be not very little discord between FG as they bounce in Burgundy, very standard stuff. Meanwhile, in the east, Jackson is in trouble as Timothy, with Robert in Italy's help, takes Bulgaria. Pretty standard, fast-moving AI play down there.
I agree with that, although Jackson taking the Aegean there is a pretty nice counter move. The interesting thing about the FG war that has now happened is that it just didn't go anywhere, right? It was a bounce down. Certainly looks like if there was an FG, there hasn't been now for the last two moves.
Yeah, if there was an ER, there definitely. Oh yeah, the ER continues. Sorry, what am I saying? Adina actually supports Eber into Denmark. So if it's an FG versus ER, the ER are actually making progress right now, and the FG are not, as they combine to take Denmark, and Baron gets Portugal. So this is fine for Baron, but Aiden doesn't really seem to get anything and actually goes down one. Meanwhile, Robert and Timothy rearrange their forces, with Italy going on to Serbia and Vienna retaking his home center of Trieste. And Adina supports herself into Galicia. Watch that space.
I wonder how Eber got Baron to basically ditch the German alliance, because that's what the Baron has done. And I wonder what the enticement was there.
Maybe it was a secret EF all along.
Perhaps. That is a way to play it, so you don't have to move the fleet into the Italian waters. You can just use it in English Channel.
Yeah, Eber is a very convincing guy, so it doesn't surprise me that he managed to do something like this.
This is an interesting board state for me because you've got a couple of duo alliances that are working together from my perspective. You've got a really well-performing AI, I think, but you've got Jackson making all the right choices on how to defend that and apparently coordinating with Russia, so a potential AI versus RT. Then you've got a FG / whatever that is, but you've got England and France now working against Germany, and then Russia kind of playing both sides there. It's not in this current meta. It's not as usual for us to see duos. You tend to see more triples, and it's fun to see this kind of dynamic play out.
Yeah, sorry. Just wanted to call attention to one thing, Brian. I think this is easy to overlook, but what does it mean that Robert did not convoy to Tunis, as many Italies would do in this situation, with a fast-moving attack on Turkey, but actually moves the fleet to Tunis? I mean, that definitely slows down any attack on Jackson for the foreseeable future. So it'll be interesting to see if a pivot comes out of this.
Yeah, it also shows some potential distrust. I would imagine you'd leave that there to cover with Vienna going to Trieste to help protect Venice if needed. But
you know, it might also be that that Robert is worried about France now that France and England appear to have an alliance. We'll see if he did that because he wanted to give himself some flexibility to go to the Western Med or something.
Army in Paris. So.
Oh my.
Well, that's a statement that it is probably not an FG.
Yep. Yeah, it's not an FG. Everybody goes after Aiden. Poor Aiden gets attacked from 3 sides by Eber, Adina, and Baron. Everybody is going for centers, and Ruhr gets destroyed. Kiel goes. Probably Munich or something else. No, Holland's going to go this year as well. Meanwhile, Timothy kicks Adina out of Galicia, and Robert and Timothy seem to continue their attack on Jackson, but Robert leaves himself the option of potentially going west with this set of moves.
You know, I was going to say something about Sweden to Norway. If you're going to have what we call a top of the world alliance or a Great Northern Alliance, the ER, you have to figure out where to have a border that is stable. A stable border is for the Russians to own Norway, because then the English they're not next to a Russian home center with one of their centers. So if you can figure out a way to do it, which is what they've done here, you may end up with some way to make it stable. And of course, Eber's loving the fact that the French have, in fact, you know, I said that Robert might have been worried about the French. He should have been worried about the French because they're coming. At least potentially. It's conceivable that Piedmont's just going to Tyrolia here. Nope, they are definitely coming, and oh boy, did he sneak into Venice.
It's a tale as old as time, the VDL-EF. Even if it starts with one person violating the English channel DMZ and the other person kind of having to defend against that, it's always going to be an EF. We should have just known this from the beginning. Yeah, we've got Baron making his attack on Robert, definitely going south, and Robert definitely recognizes this, sending his fleets back west. This is very good news for Jackson, who gets a reprieve and actually supports Serbia down into Greece. This looks arranged because Greece disbands instead of retreating to Albania. So probably Austria, Italy, and Turkey are all trying to get on the same page now. Unlucky guess by Robert, tries to bounce Piedmont out of Tuscany, but actually loses Venice because of this, and won't be able to retake it because Trieste went to Serbia. So that is really bad for Robert.
Yeah, that I can't remember the last time I saw the French in Venice at the end of 1903. That is quite a missed guess there. I mean, you can understand why he thought what he thought, but my goodness. And Aiden is just kaput, as somebody might say in Yiddish.
And let's recognize the work that Eber did diplomatically to turn that situation around. It was not a great situation to be in, and now this is just a monster position. Really impressive work diplomatically there.
Two fleets by Baron.
Which makes perfect sense. I mean, his enemy is dead. His army enemy is dead. He's now needs to worry about, pressing his advantage and against the attack. He might be tempted to build an army in Marseille, move it to Piedmont, but I think he probably thinks he's got enough armies coming.
He probably thinks that, David, but there are many Englands in that position who would demand that the Second Fleet not go down in Brest, and Eber, it appears, either isn't one of those allies, which is the more likely option, or Baron ignored his request, which doesn't seem that likely to me from what I know of Baron's play. So it seems like Eber is happy to let Baron put down his fleets and trust that he will go south.
I mean, the question now is, what is Eber going to do? Is it now going to be at war with the Russians, or is he going to try to figure out some way to stay? No, he's going after the Russians, which I think makes sense. I think that makes sense.
Yeah. No, it definitely makes sense at this point. Like, he can't really fight France with France at the strength that he's at. So who's he going to go for? The place where there are dots. And where are the dots? They're in Scandinavia. So Eber goes for the easy dots as Adina and Timothy try to organize a defense to that. But it'll be too late to stop Adina from getting kicked out of the north, I think, from this position.
Aiden, Lewis, Venice looked really nice to you in spring 1904.
Jackson with the classic Albania pudding. This is a standard theory for Turkey at this junction of the game.
Don't do anything to screw up the fact that everybody's moving away from you.
The East continues organizing their defense this turn against the West. Everybody moving up to the line, and Jackson is allowed into the Ionian. Makes a lot of sense as the EF continues rolling east.
Yeah, you wonder if Adina ever had a chance to stick with an alliance with the English here. It was always going to be probably a tough sell because France was so strong. It would have been hard for England to turn that direction. But I know Adina sure wishes she had been able to figure out some way to do that.
I mean, this is the risk of being Russia and joining in on a three-way pile against Germany, right, David? There are some players who would say, okay, EF is forming, I've got to stick with Germany, and would have done everything in their power to prop up Aden. And maybe that would have slowed this down. We don't know.
Yeah, there's always so many moving parts. It's hard to know what the counterfactual scenario would be. The other option you sometimes get when you've got an early FG, the Russians say, fine, I'll help you. And they go and attack the English also. And try to be, because England is probably a bigger, in long-term threat than Germany is. They can both be threats, though. I mean, whatever Russia does, they're sometimes playing with fire up there.
I love Aden finding a way to make himself an essential part of the Eastern defenses. Blowing up that army in Tyrolia is pretty significant, and that army in Venice is going to need to be there for a little bit. So I'm really curious to see how long the Aden's going to be in that position.
Yeah, they really needed his army when it was there. That was great that it was there.
Yeah, that was huge for the East. So it's winter of 1904. This game a couple of years ago looked pretty dynamic and fluid. We're almost at a line, and it, to me at least, looks like the West may have an advantage being able to push across the north. At this point, Saren, whose position do you feel like is the strongest? If you wanted to win this game, which power would you take at this point?
On this board with these players, you definitely have to take one of England or France, right? Like, at this point, it's hard to make an argument for anybody in the East. Maybe Jackson, if the board shakes up enough and he kind of can grow from behind. But at this point, it's really hard to make a case for that over one of England or France. I have kind of stabbed both Eber and Baron pretty badly the last times I played with them. So I'm not sure I would have this position if I were either of them. Probably I'd just have died. But just going by who has the more immediate growth potential, I'd go for England because the Russian dots are there.
Yeah, the issue with the French position, obviously, is the fleets that are facing them in the mid. If they could make the right guess right now, before the Italian fleet gets from Apulia to Naples, if they can make the right guess, they'll at least be one step towards, winning this thing somehow. But Eber definitely has an edge, but Baron is definitely not out of it either. And it depends on how long this game goes. It's also conceivable that one of the Eastern powers could bounce back here if there is an EF war.
I am hoping this game goes long enough to see some shuffling and somebody come out with some points in the East. We'll find out.
So Eber's offensive gets temporarily stymied with a good guess by Adina bouncing him out of Finland, but it's only a matter of time. Actually, Eber grounds his fleet in Prussia, which is not ideal either, but it was the only way to guarantee Berlin, which he has done. So what else? Oh, Aden is supported into Piedmont by Timothy, so he actually vacates his only center left. Not sure how that will go for him. We'll see. And Baron does guess correctly against Jackson and Robert and gets into Tunis. That'll be big for Baron.
That is so important that he got that guess right, that the Baron got that guess right. Yeah, I was going to say, if I were them, I would keep the German army. It's still useful where it is. Like, you take Venice later. Use that army as long as it's useful.
They seem to have taken your advice, David. Neither Robert nor Timothy gets greedy this turn, and Aiden lives to fight another day. Baron guesses that guess has got to hurt for Baron. Moves all of his units back as Aiden does not make a play for Marseille and won't be able to build in Marseille. But maybe that's what he wanted, so we'll see. Eber does continue to make progress, takes the risk of actually vacating Denmark. I think he intended to convoy to Denmark there, but a bit of a misorder there and fails to do it. So Adina could technically have walked into Denmark this turn, but of course nobody could have seen that coming. So Eber does pick up St. Pete, so makes progress.
And the French have 2 builds coming.
Yeah, what are your predictions?
Gee, they have to build a fleet Brest. They have to. What choice do they have?
Baron's got no choice, David. Where else is he going to put down a fleet? Those dastardly Germans didn't let him build in Marseille, so no choice. Fleet Brest, Army Paris. Does he need an army? Wave?
I think you build the army because eventually you want to give yourself another army in the middle. So
Yeah.
I think you go ahead and build the army. That's what I think. I mean, you can make an argument for waving, but
I build the army and move it to Gascony. Is this a moment of stress for Eber? Should he be worried at all?
No, he's going up 1, and he has an army on his island already. Like, it would be a poor time for Baron to attack, especially as Baron has nothing in Mao, right? Like, if you've got something in Mao, you can immediately move up to North Atlantic or Irish. Baron doesn't have that, so
in fact, if anybody should be worried, it might be the French, that Eber could get an itchy trigger finger here and go after Berlin, go after Belgium, while the French are not watching. Again, it would be awfully risky to do that. You don't really do that when France is building 2, but if anybody was worried about it, it would be him, not Eber.
Yeah, it doesn't look like either of them have anything to worry about yet, David, as the EF continues rolling and Eber sets up to take Sweden this year. Adina does temporarily retake St. Pete, but that's not holdable in the long run, as we all know. The East continues setting up their line against the West with Aiden continuing to provide use, but other than that, not much happens.
So in the Mediterranean fleet battle, it is now 1, 2, 3, 4 versus 3. There is a Turkish fleet coming. There could be some more guessing here in the fall turn, right? Well, actually, yeah, there could have been, because he could have taken Turanian with 3 if he wanted to take a chance, but he didn't. This is just all setting up on the line, isn't it?
Yeah. Like, unless I don't know who's gonna make a move here. Like, it doesn't look like Jackson has like a great move to immediately make. He'd be taking like 1 dot from Italy to do anything here. I guess Timothy actually has some play if he wants to like go for Rum and Ukraine, but he doesn't take it. Like, this all looks like it's calcifying on the line.
I just wanted to say one thing about the Barons' moves in Munich to Silesia, Berlin to Munich. That's all really clever play to cut potential supports and all that for attacks. It's interesting, but I wonder if it was really necessary when Kiel's just holding anyway.
Yeah, Baron didn't trust Eber to provide the 1 support on Berlin, I guess.
Because that's all you'd had to do there. I mean, I guess there were 3 on Munich, so Kiel had a choice on what to defend, but he didn't do anything. So I find that interesting.
Yeah.
Is time running out for Tim to make a move? If he made it right now and attacked Russia, would he be able to get position on Moscow before England, or would attacking Russia right now basically just give those English armies room to keep moving?
I don't think he's in a strong enough position to beat the English in that game. For that reason, I don't think he'll do it. He's got to hope that there's an EF war somehow.
Okay. No EF war yet, but interesting thing, Timothy actually retreats, moves from Silesia to Gau and Gau down to Vienna. Was this a play imagining that Baron would do the same move to allow Prussia to sneak into Berlin? If so, that's pretty sneaky. they don't have a position to hold Berlin from here, but still, like it was a nice play for one turn. Meanwhile, nothing happens in the south. The line holds.
There are people that do not enjoy this type of game or this part of the game where it's basically a stalemate line battle. But it is part of the game. And a lot of times the outcome of the stalemate line battle tells you whether somebody gets tempted to attack or not. I'm talking about stabbing, sorry, whether they get tempted to stab somebody on their side of the line.
Yeah, this is the chicken part of the game where everybody is watching to see who else will make the first move. I mean, there's a saying in politics, right? What's it called? Like, he who wields the knife will never wear the crown, something like that. And it's kind of that same dynamic at this place on the board where everybody doesn't want to be the first person to make the move, because if you're the first person to make the wrong move, then your chances of topping the board are pretty much done.
But on the flip side, if you are England or France, I mean, if you're not going to settle for a shared top, then one person's going to come out ahead of the other. And are you okay with that? That's to me where the stress could come, is those two are going to have to decide who's going to come out ahead. And right now, it definitely looks to me like England's got the control over that decision.
Or they could take the shared board top.
They could.
Yep. So as predicted, Eber and Baron put France back into Berlin. Eber does successfully take St. Pete this year, and in the south, the line continues holding.
Yeah, there's really nothing to add to that.
The EF took a little bit of a risk around Munich, right?
Yeah, but their thinking probably was that what else were they going to do in that situation? They needed to take Berlin back. Now they're in Burgundy and Ruhr, so even if they had lost Munich, they were probably thinking they had a chance to do something about it.
Back. All right, so we've got +2 for Eber. Is this the time to make a move if you're going to make the move?
Yes. If you're going to make a move, this would be the time to do it. France is not building. They don't have anybody to defend Brest. If you were going to make a move and you're Eber, you do that because you try to figure out maybe in a fall turn, but I mean, by the fall turn, maybe you can figure out a way to take Berlin yourself and also take Brest. I mean, but all of this is a little bit chancy. It's good that there's so many, that the powers in the East are all smaller. So you don't really know who you are. If you're England, you don't really know who you're empowering when you do that. And you may just start a fracas in the East, which would be exactly what you'd want if you're Eber. I'd be tempted to do it because what else is he going to do now except the shared board top? And if that's what he's willing to do, you just do it now.
Saren, I know you've famously had a few shared board tops in your career. You've also wielded the knife when necessary. Is this a stab that you would A, consider, and B, if so or not, why?
I mean, you always consider, right? You always look at it and you always think about it, but this isn't a stab that I would take. We're simply at a point in the game where there's several more years. You don't know who you're empowering, and to me, that is a downside instead of kind of plus, because like it could all go down quite poorly. Like if the Baron decides that he's gonna retaliate in full force and manages to work with one or two of the other Southern powers to do it, then potentially you're looking at a situation where you get 1 dot out of this, or maybe even none. You just get locked out of further gains, and that's not really somewhere where I'd want to be. I think it would be better to kind of use the capital you get from not taking the stab, which is a stab that many players would take. And you do get advantages with the Baron. You get advantages out of not taking something like this and being able to say that you didn't do it and potentially convert that to something in a year or two.
So
is there anything he could? Is there any chance that Eber can get a better result than a shared board top without stabbing? I'm trying to figure out what that chance would be here.
Yeah, I think there's a chance. I think there's a chance of breaking this line. Like Eber and Baron clearly haven't been able to do it yet, but by no means like can you say that lines are unbreakable, right? There's easily like a deal with Jackson is probably the most obvious one, but like there's a deal with Timothy to potentially be made here. There's a deal with Adina to potentially be made here. Like any of those people could potentially get better than they're currently doing out of a deal with England and France, and some players might take that. Baron moves back to the mid-Atlantic.
We didn't even talk about whether Baron might move against England here.
Did England wave two?
He waved
England waved two.
Now, see, that's exactly why you don't wave two builds, because that allows this to happen.
Wow. Eber waved both builds. No. Like waving one, I definitely understand, but waving two would be, wow.
I mean, it's an all in, you know, I'm with you, let's get a shared board top kind of thing, to which Baron says, shared what?
Baron, oh my God.
Why would I share a board top with you, Eber Condra? Why would I share it with you? You're out of position now.
We kept talking about whether Eber would take a stab. Like, I don't think any of us imagined that Eber would wave two and then Baron would take the stab.
I certainly did not imagine that. And perhaps that was a lack of imagination on our part, Sarah, but I doubt it. I think Eber had the same thought we'd had. I don't think either of us would have waved both builds, though, I think is what we're agreeing on.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay, so nice. Baron does get out of position and lose Munich to the Austrian. And this looks like Timothy and Jackson actually working together to stab both Robert and Adina. Oh, poor Adina. Poor Robert. You know, just loses Greece, loses Rum, loses Warsaw.
Poor Aiden, though. Yeah. Poor Aiden is now out.
Yeah, Aiden is now out.
He's lost his raison d'etre. So the Italians say, I'll take that because I'm losing everywhere else.
Yeah, you had to cover Venice there. Like, once the EF breaks, the value of that unit in Piedmont to anybody in the East is just basically non-existent.
I was talking earlier about whether if Eber stabbed, who would he be emboldening or empowering in the East? And now we know. I mean, it's not that Timothy's got a bad position here, but he's really empowering the Turks. You always do that. If the Turks are still alive, you have a war in the West, you are empowering the Turks in some fashion.
Yeah, I mean, all of a sudden, Jackson is back in this game with a vengeance. Like, I mean, he's got the Black Sea for free. Like, he's in the Ionian. What comes after?
I will say this for the Baron of Kirkholm. Thank you, because you're making this game even more interesting for us to commentate.
Yeah, like, I did not imagine that Baron, out of those two, would have been the one to take that stab. And, you know, I mean, Baron clearly has been, like, improving his game, has been, like, watching and learning and figuring things out with every game. And this is just awesome.
It does help when England waves two builds.
It does.
Oh, Eber, gosh.
Eber's still moving that army in Norway east. Was that the right play, David? Was that a mistake to move that army to St. Pete? It could have convoyed back home.
He thought he needed to be in the North Sea, which he's probably right, as opposed to convoying that during the spring. He's probably right. They didn't want the French to get in the North Sea. But I'm with you. I'm not sure. I mean, I understand the concept. I'm going to send it over there so I can take Moscow. I mean, I understand the general concept. And maybe that's because he assumes that he can convoy Denmark back to England now and just try to defend, that area with fleets. And maybe that was his thinking, and use the two armies to be offensive against the Russians. But I don't know. I don't think I would have done that if I were him, but it's hard to second guess when you're on your back feet like this. It's hard to know what to do.
One of the weird things about diplomacy is some of my favorite moments are those angst-filled self-doubt. You've got an overload of choices and none of them are good. This was a moment like that for Eber. I can't imagine that choice. Do I give up North Sea or do I convoy over to back home? Like, that had to be a really difficult choice.
Yeah.
So Eber guesses correctly for the time being, and actually does pretty well this turn. Takes Kiel off France and takes Moscow, both of those with Timothy's help. So this is Timothy playing quite savvily, knowing that probably at this point, further empowering France against England is not necessarily the best play for him. But Jackson actually takes Serbia. Not sure how Timothy feels about that one. And Jackson also gets Seb. So all of a sudden, this is looking like a very, very strong position for Jackson.
Yeah, if you're going to have a functioning, continuing AT, Austria has to be bigger than Turkey.
Mm-hmm.
So losing Serbia there is, if Timothy was all right with that, Timothy shouldn't have been all right with that, because that is not good.
I don't think Timothy was okay with that.
Probably not.
Also, keep in mind, this is all VDL games are timed. And most VDL games, based off of the time limit, reach somewhere between 1910 and 1911. So at this point in the game, it is important that, especially those of us that are used to playing untimed games, keep in mind this could be setting up for the last turn. There you go, Jackson.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing about that is Austria made the difference here in the EF war. And so now that Austria is going to be distracted, what's that going to mean? I mean, Eber has won the EF war so far. He's back. I mean, he's back to the top of the heap. Now, I'm not saying that everything's completely peaches and cream for him, but the question now is, what do the Austrians do with the Turks coming?
Yeah, look at this line for the Turks, just shooting up like a rocket ship, just like both of you predicted earlier when we were talking about what happens whenever EF fight and they're across the line like that.
Yeah.
So this is a really interesting position because Timothy's chance to top the board is probably out at this point because of where England and Turkey both are, but he definitely has a big say in who does top this board between the two of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, frankly, I would be trying to say, all right, Jackson, I got it. I'm now the junior partner in this thing. Let me help you. Don't kill me. Let me help you through and get you a really big top, and see if that works. I don't know what else you do if you're Timothy Crosby.
Just walk out of rum. That's what you
try to hold his home centers instead or something.
If that was a guess, that was a great guess by Jackson.
Look, the Turks are supporting him into Moscow. This may actually be exactly what happened here. Is that Timothy said, "Fine, just make me the junior partner."
Why would you do that though? There's like 1 year left in the game. Like, I don't know. People can do what they want.
You mean why would you do that if you're Turkey?
No, why would you do that if you're Austria? Like.
Well, he's trying to not go down in center in as much as he would otherwise in center count. Is probably
yeah, but there's 1 year. Like, how much can he really go down if he defends properly?
Is it just 1 year, or could it be 2 years? I'm trying to remember the time frame.
There's a chance, an outside chance. They would have had to have been playing very quickly.
I mean, it's not like he's not defending some. I don't know. As opposed to what? As opposed to suiciding yourself against the Turks? I can see the argument.
Yeah, just give it to Eber as opposed to giving it to Eber is what I meant. So, yeah. Is this on like a three-way shared board top at the end of this year? Am I reading the map correctly?
Let's just see.
Four-way.
8-8-8-8. Okay. Even I don't think that's going to be a good result. Somebody's got to do something here.
Let's
yeah,
see
but it could end right here.
There could run out of time. Let's find out.
Oh, it hasn't run out of time. They made it to 1911. Well,
All
There's
right,
gotta be
they've
people
got
who-
another year.
Yeah. Okay, Jackson goes full force, trying to take as much crap as he can get, which is fair. What else is he going to do? Eber doesn't seem to be making any progress. Eber could have taken Berlin here, like he was right there, but he didn't. Probably to let some kind of fix to let Timothy defend. I can't imagine that in the last season Eber won't go for something.
You would certainly think so. It is. I mean, that's what you do at the end of one of these games, unless you're trying to build, as you said earlier, Sarah, unless you're trying to build credit up with your other players. I didn't do that to you at the end of that game because I thought that would be weak. You can work with me next game.
So with 4 players, though, somebody's going to be going for the top.
Jackson is.
Jackson is definitely going to try. He is going to try. And then, of course, if I'm Eber, I support Moscow there.
Yeah, so I probably should have asked this before we saw these spring moves, but we've got an 8-8-8-8. Who do you feel like has the best odds of coming out on top here?
Jackson can't force anything with the correct orders from Timothy. So I think actually Eber, because he can take Berlin if Baron doesn't interfere with it.
Yeah, but why would the Baron not interfere with it? Baron has no reason not to go after Kiel. Unless they're just going to try to defend Holland. Maybe that's the theory. She can do both, I guess. Oh, or England could do that.
What? Eber supports Jackson into Moscow?
Eber,
Why?
would you do that? Would you do that? Well, maybe he doesn't think the game's going to end yet.
It is possible to have another year, or it could be a deal, but what would the deal even be?
But he did guess correctly against Holland, though, because Ruhr had to support Belgium. Well, Ruhr had a choice of which one to support.
Yeah, so not quite a guess, just forcing one or the other. But
Right.
why? I don't understand why Eber would support Jackson into Moscow. Like there has to be some sort of deal here, right?
Yeah, if I were him, I would have supported Moscow instead of supporting someone into Moscow. He would have had the lone board top had that not happened.
Yeah.
But maybe he thought there was another year to come, or maybe there was a deal with Jackson that he's going to try to build some goodwill with going forward. I mean, it's a possibility.
Yeah, there was a deal. We don't know what that deal was, but congratulations to Jackson for securing it. Well played.
Yeah.
You know, this is one of those games that you want in a timed game where you've got several people that have a chance to go one up for the win or for the board top. That's the kind of game you want when you're designing a league with a time limit like this.
Well, this was a lot of fun. It was a mess, but it was really, really entertaining. I feel like it was a tale of 2 games. We had the Monster EF, and then we had the Aftermath. It was really entertaining to commentate. Thank you to all the players for letting us do that.
You know, the problem of Baron. I'm sorry, Sarah, go ahead.
Comment from Jackson. Eber apparently thought he was getting supported into Warsaw.
Ah, okay. Well, the other thing I was going to say was I'm not going to fault the Baron for taking the Baron shot.
Mm-hmm.
I know that it didn't entirely turn out right, but that was probably a diplomatic failure somehow of unable to get Austria on your side, figure out some way to give Austria some English centers in Germany or something. And somehow that just didn't work out, but I thought it was worth a shot on his part.
Lots of fun. Let's see how our next one turns out. And take you now to VDL 94, Wood Dot Classic. Austria, we see Jackson again. England, Jonathan Frank. France, John Anderson. First place, defending John Anderson. Germany, we've got Christian Brown. Italy, looks like a new player, Lewis D. Welcome, Lewis. Glad to have you join us. Russia, we have Bradley Grace. And Turkey, we've got Christopher Ward, who, if you've not had a chance, check out the Diplomats coverage of the Nexus Season 7 finals. Really, really good. It's been great to see Wardy on air. Very, very talented. And I believe, David, you interviewed Wardy recently as well.
I did. He is an actor by trade and is really good on screen. So it's great to see him join the rank of the commentators.
All right. Well, for this one, we are going to say farewell to Saren, give you a break, and we're going to bring in Brandon. And Brandon, welcome to the stream.
Hey, Brian. Thanks for having me back. On the last game, by the way, I should note that VDL has adopted a minor rule change that was suggested by Karthik Kanath, that Open Tribute not use decimal points for shared board tops. So I have not made that change in Dipcast yet. I need to. But so those scores are actually 68 instead of 68.3 for what it's worth. Thank you, Karthik, for...
That's not worth a whole lot, Brandon, but thanks for bringing it up anyway.
I don't know why anyone would care about those decimals. So. All right, spring of 1901. David, we'll have you on play-by-play. Brandon, you'll take color. Thank you for joining us in the booth. Let's get started.
All right. Somebody tried to go English Channel, Picardy, and Burgundy as France. I've never seen that opening before. I don't know what you call that, but it's interesting that the Germans bounced that. That could have actually been arranged potentially, because you can still go from Marseille to Spain and take that center. The second game in a row where we've seen Brest to English Channel and Paris to Picardy. Otherwise, we see the same openings that we saw in the last game, except for Lewis going Rome to Naples. If Lewis is a new player, that's often a mistake that new players can make. Going Rome to Naples is almost never better than going Rome to Apulia.
Yeah, I think for Lewis, it's if it's not a mistake, then it's just a gift to Austria. You know, it says to Austria, like, this army will not bother you anytime soon. Other than that, yeah, it's the Hood Hog. You know, David Hood is well known as a very greedy player, and when David plays France, David wants Belgium, and John Anderson is playing a greedy David Hood in this game so far.
That's
John Anderson.
One way to analyze this. It's not the right way, but it is one way to analyze this.
You heard it here first. John Anderson, the David Hood of the current VDL generation. Jonathan Frank moving Liverpool to Wales also stood out to me. I wonder if there was some diplomatic uncertainty and was trying to cover his bases there.
Wait a minute. You know, the other possibility is they're going to do a Zhang Popov maneuver. Remember that thing where you convoy the English army into Belgium? We'll see.
And I was hoping, actually, because why not?
All right. Well, we do have the fleet going to Tunis, which is, you know, I think Lewis is just probably trying to learn how to play Italy here, because if you're going to do all that and not convoy the army, then go to Apulia and get it out of the way from where you might want to build and perceivable. It might not matter too much. You've got the Smyrna to Armenia move from the Turks, which is an interesting fall 1901 move. Otherwise, the bounce in Holland is interesting, isn't it?
This looks like yet another Leviathan EF here, and it's a strong EF again with a capital F and a small letter E. You know, France in the English Channel is and in Belgium is just a really nice place to be. Chris Ward, I'm already worried about a stab from Russia here. I've seen it happen with Chris. And he's keeping the option open for Bradley. Although Bradley puts down a fleet in North Coast St. Petersburg, which is a very nice gift for Christopher Ward. So maybe we are going to see a legit RT coming on here.
Yeah, you actually don't see very many that keep going for very long in today's hobby. So it'd be fun to see it.
Also a gift for Christian Brown in Germany.
And did we see? We did see Lewis in Italy building an army in Venice. So that suggests that everything's not copacetic with the AI, and Jackson, I think, confirms that here.
Yeah, he decided that there was no need for the Italians to be in there if they're just going to do things he doesn't like. So, but it certainly does look at the Turkish moves there away from Armenia now, very clearly, at least looking like an RT coming. The French did build 2 fleets. We didn't say that, but you build 2 fleets. That's a pretty pro-German thing to say, honestly, to not build an army at all.
Yeah, John Anderson. If we just flip back here, John Anderson, savvy, starts out with an EF sort of set of moves in 1901, and then flips right in 1902 and goes FG. That's really strong. The other thing I would draw people's attention to is the RT not making the most optimal moves here. If you are RT, you really got to attack Serbia. That's if there is any slowdown in Bradley's advance, he's going to look to get into Black Sea and stab Crows.
Also, as a corollary to what you just said, Moscow to Sev, not really what you want to do there. Moscow to Ukraine.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm glad we finally agree on something.
It hurt me, David. It hurt me deep down in the core of my being. Let's not let it happen again tonight.
Probably won't.
I mean, if you would ever analyze the moves, we could then get onto some disagreements.
Baltic to Sweden. All right, fine. Baltic to Sweden. Look, they did that, and they didn't even need support because Denmark was going to the North Sea with support of Norway, and support of English Channel. I mean, I think you already said that John had pivoted to the FG. He certainly has, and he's got so much excess capacity to waste his moves to con like that. That's how much capacity John has in this game already.
Yeah, let's just take a moment and just honor what John Anderson has done so far in this game. This is the league leader now, who has managed, as France, widely considered the strongest power on the board, to get all of his neighbors fighting other people, and some of them each other, while he just slowly gets into position. Irish Sea with at 6 units in 1902. Good stuff. RT does make some progress here. It's worth noting.
They certainly do make some progress, which is good for them. Yeah, I called John the Jackal on an episode of Deadline News. I stand by it. He's just sort of going around looking for the opportunity to pounce, and it's going to happen here pretty soon. Wow. He also decided he needed another fleet.
It's a lot of confidence in the FG. And why not? You've got a G with Russia sort of having tentacles around him. Christian is a perfect ally for John at this point.
Jackson Sir still seems to have lost out on all the exchange in the east. You've got now the Turks going into Greece with a convoy because Lewis is busy poking at the Austrians with the RT coming. Lewis is also going west, so it's interesting that he's trying to do both of those things at the same time.
Yeah, Lewis was the pin that could pop John's balloon, and it looks like he's going to try. I think it might actually work to John's advantage by making him less threatening to the rest of the board. As annoying as it might be for John to have to deal with this, I think it will help him in the long run.
Well, he loses Marseille in the fall, so if you're saying that's helpful.
Yeah, but he's getting Liverpool, and he's going to gain position, and Italy is going to get mowed down by the juggernaut.
Silesia to Munich, Munich to Ruhr. Christian, what's the play here? Doesn't look like an anti-Russian play, does it?
Well, he takes Norway, though. It's peculiar, yeah.
He does convoy to Norway, you're right.
With the support of the English, Jonathan Frank. It looks like Christian is setting up to switch sides here and join with England against France. That will change things for John Anderson, and that represents a failure of diplomacy. That is not good for John Anderson.
No, it's really good for the RT though, assuming they can continue to stay together.
Yeah,
they want chaos in the West, and they're getting it.
Boy, this is a nice turn for Chris Ward actually. So he picks up 2 here, and Russia loses 1, actually, which is good for him because it keeps Russia having a reason to keep him on side. And maybe that fleet in Sevastopol will now be disbanded, which would be delightful for Chris Ward.
Wow, Jackson. Whew. You got a center, and your only unit is in Albania, of all places. But I agree, Christopher Ward. What a great turn for Chris.
Can Can he handle the success though? This is a thing with Chris. You know, Chris sometimes gets a little excited and maybe stabs too early. Does not need to stab Russia anytime soon. So he really should be, honestly, maybe building 2 fleets here in order to get out.
Or you wave and build an army.
He's only got 2 fleets, so right. There's 1 fleet. There's a
one
fleet
in Eastern Med.
in Eastern Med. Yeah, I need to move that over so it's more visible. He needed to build at least 1 fleet here, and probably only 1 actually. Yeah, interesting.
I don't like the wave here. There are situations where I like waves. This is the second time tonight I'm going to say no.
Yeah, what do you need to wave for? I don't get it.
Trying not to worry the Russians, but I don't think a fleet Smyrna would worry the Russians.
And if you're worried about worrying the Russians and worrying the Italians, then you're not picking a door. You need to pick a door and go through one of them.
Yeah, that's probably the case. Trying to keep everybody happy, and don't agree with that in this particular instance, at least.
Yeah, and with Germany turning on France, Italy, you don't need it. Italy is not essential. So if it were me, I would be putting down a fleet and trying to get into Ionian here.
I mean, you would have to rearrange your forces to do it, but you still could.
Yeah. David, any day?
I'm busy.
Are you checking the score, the UNC Duke score? Is that what's happening here?
Let me just say to you that right now it is halftime and the wrong team is up, and you don't need to be picking at the scale.
David, I just think you need to get your priorities straight, because
I feel like my priorities are fairly straight. So let's look at the Germans, because now they go the other way. Yeah, Christian, I know you guys know Christian because he's a weasel, and it is possible for him to do unorthodox things. I'm not saying this is unorthodox. I'm just saying it's interesting that he moved and now he's moving back the other direction. It might exactly be the right answer. I don't know. But you're sending a lot of units to try to kill the Russian fleet in Skag is what he's doing. I guess so he didn't have to worry about it anymore.
And it didn't work because the Russian got into Norway.
They did.
Which he will get back. Do you want to do the rest of the board, David?
Is there more to do? Because the Austrians are losing Vienna, the French are taking Marseille back, but then losing Spain. Quite an interesting set of moves there. John Anderson's continuing his attempt to try to take some stuff against the English on the British Isle.
Yeah, interestingly, he leads the attack on Marseille from Gascony, not Burgundy. Clearly worried about losing Burgundy here to the Germans. But he vacates Belgium. Yeah,
Belgium.
Yeah, this looks like John and Christian got back on the same page and were confident in each other. And
if that had happened, I really wish John had moved from Burgundy so he would have Marseille and Gascony to help deal with Spain.
Yep, exactly.
It's probably just a case of I feel confident but not that confident. Is if that had played out otherwise and he had vacated Burgundy and now I had Germany in Belgium and Burgundy, that's not great.
Would have been fun to see, but I think Christian has chosen the better path there.
Yeah, because as you say, he's getting ready to take Norway back. Yes. Galicia is interesting from the Germans. I may have been tempted to go to Prussia there. I don't know. But it's, because the French were not already in Gascony, they couldn't force Spain. But they got to be, I guess, happy enough that they're going to be there now. They're very happy that they've look at the demilitarized zone now in Ruhr and Belgium and all that sort of thing. That's got to make John feel a lot better than he felt about 2 turns ago when things were starting to go bad for him.
Yeah, and now he gets a build, and he's sort of back on track. And Chris Ward is stagnated. Would have been fun to see. Would have been fun.
He's playing one short.
Yeah, and why?
Come on, Wardy.
Sad
build,
face.
Build a unit. Build a unit. Go do something with it.
All right, winter 1904. Seems like a pretty balanced board to me right now. Brandon, who do you like in this situation?
Oh, right now it's John Anderson with Yeah, with Christian off of his back and fighting in the opposite direction, I would want to be John Anderson here. Got fleets in nice positions in the north. Just needs to deal with the Italian threat. I'm a little surprised that the RT has not, tried to advance against Lewis. So I think if I were John, I would be trying to encourage that to happen. But yeah, I'd want to be John here.
I think it's about to happen, which is why, I agree that John's not in a bad position, but I do think Wardy's still in a decent position. We saw in the last game what happens towards the end of a game like this that's time limited if Turkey is at all big or has the potential to be big. So I think Wardy's got a shot here to come back.
Surprised you didn't pick Jackson, David.
Brandon, you're getting really close to pushing the wrong button. I'm just telling you.
Uh-huh.
You say anything else, and I may come to wherever you are and slap you, because we do that now.
Uh-huh.
We do that now in modern society. We do that on television.
Yeah, I saw that on TV.
So this could actually happen tonight. I'm just trying to tell you right now.
I have to say, David, this doesn't surprise me that you're bringing this sort of attitude. It reminds me of a time that I actually visited David. I don't think I've told anybody this before, but I visited David and I met his pets, and he has this dog that is trained to go after people's private parts. And this dog,
Brandon, you're just getting out of control here.
This dog, I have never had an injury to that area before, like the one that David's dog laid on me.
Brandon, you're getting ready to have another injury to the same part.
Yeah, I'd like to see you try, David. I'd like to see you try. Oh man, David's it's just kind of sad, right? Because his Tar Heels are losing, and he is just he's blowing a fuse. I don't know what to tell you, man. All right, shall we try to go on without him while he?
I think we're gonna have to. Show must go on.
He's probably going to get his dog. That's probably what's happening. Yeah. Oh man, what is this?
Logan, I'm gonna get you, man. Wait.
What?
You guys aren't watching this. Wait, hey, I didn't see you guys there. Hey, this is League Night on DBN.
And we are David Hood. And a very loud dog that really does go after people's private parts. That really happened. And it was the worst thing that I've experienced in a little while.
Yeah, I already said I was sorry.
He also has a one-eyed cat, which is adorable, and another really friendly cat named they're named Thor and Cyrus the Great.
Yep, those are the cats.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. Hey, Brandon, how you doing?
Hey, David.
Ooh.
Oh, he was supposed to hit me. Oh, sorry.
No, we're not doing any of that.
Anyway, I am here in Hickory with David Hood's house.
Yep.
And we just thought we'd have a little fun.
And we did, and now I'm going back downstairs.
All right. Back to the serious matters at hand. All right. Well, David is heading back downstairs. We can have a look here. So the RT does make some progress here, finally. And it's good progress for Christopher Ward. Gets into Trieste and Ionian. Gets a fleet out there. That's lovely. Lewis seems to see it coming and convoys to Piedmont to defend himself. And John and Christian keep going with the FG, which is just great for John Anderson. This is just setting up really, really nicely for John. And in the fall, things continue. John is picking up Spain, giving Edinburgh to Christian, so keeping his ally on board. Christian picks up St. Petersburg as well, so Christian is building 2. So now what we have is a delightful moment in a game, actually, where you have a strong alliance that has advanced to the point where they might have more to gain by fighting each other than by continuing to fight the rest of the board. The risk-reward calculus has now built to the point where they really have to start considering who might get the advantage over the other one.
Yeah, and as we saw in our last game, that who very likely could be Turkey if they play their cards right.
Yeah, Turkey picks up Tunis. That's so Tunis and Trieste, building 2. Italy is dropping 3. Ooh, Chris Ward. If Chris Ward makes the top board, this is the turn that he should look back to if he finishes this game right.
It's an old adage, but it's true. If there's an RT, the Italians have to be very careful about taking the Austrians out, and or doing something like going west like that against the French, or both. It's guess who did both. But Lewis, it's a learning game probably for Lewis. We saw that in the very beginning of the game with some of the moves. I agree with you guys that Wardy is in a pretty decent position here because Bradley is in such a poor position vis-a-vis the Germans.
Yeah, Bradley may end up being in a position where he's like, yeah, take my dots, Chris may not even have to stab him.
Yep.
Mm.
And you could understand that.
That said, Chris should be, Wardy should be arranging things so that he can take Russian dots if Bradley doesn't recover in the game and also doesn't agree to give him dots.
Instead, Wardy has made a boo-boo. He should have realized that the Italians could threaten Ionian.
Yeah.
And not try to convoy to Greece. Just go ahead and support Ionian. The convoy to Apulia wouldn't have worked anyway. But that's a boo-boo. It may not be a fatal boo-boo. I mean, he retreat to the Adriatic and still got a decent position, but it's a little bit of a boo-boo.
Yeah, it still pains me to agree with you, David, but I do in this case.
I can still slap you if necessary.
And your dog is still around.
My dog is still around. I'll sick the dog on you, and that'll be the end of that.
There are a few centers on the board or spaces on the board that are not centers that are extremely valuable. North Sea being probably the biggest. Ionian is right up there. Anytime that I, as a player, am trying to do some mental calculus, like a risk-reward kind of calculation, I tend to value protecting Ionian even over the potential of gaining a center. To me, it's worth at least a center, if not more, just because it's so crucial to unlocking the rest of my side of the board if I'm on Turkey, or breaking into the other side if I'm Italy or France.
I agree with that, but as a follow-up to that, spaces that are centers that are really important include Tunis, Munich, and in this case, Moscow.
Oh,
we didn't do it. Oh my gosh.
Oh, well, he couldn't because of the Fleet and Barents. So,
good point.
Yeah.
I didn't even see it up there. Good, excellent point. Yes.
But could have guessed, but could have taken St. Pete, right? So Bradley had a guess here, and didn't get that one right. Elsewhere, Chris Ward manages to hold on to Tunis and get an army onto Apulia and get back into Ionian. That is really nice. He probably won't hold on to Tunis, but should get the rest of the Italian boot, which is a good trade. 2 for 1.
Yeah, that's quite a bounce back turn from what happened in the spring. But I think it has to be said, the FG position here is pretty good.
Yep. Well, the FGT position here is pretty good, right? If T is part of that equation. But yeah, so now the question is who tops and how do they do it? And if we end up with this is a board that could easily end up in a 3-way shared board top, and that, John Anderson, I think, is one player who knows that doesn't really do it in the long run. So I'd be surprised if that's what happens.
I don't think John the Jackal wants a shared board
I don't
top.
think so either.
Is there anyone besides? Well, I mean, I guess there's 3 players that have a legitimate shot at topping this board, but John's in the driver's seat. Is there anybody that you would pick besides John if you had to?
John's in the driver's seat because of where his fleets are. And he can correctly say that the Norwegian fleet is helpful right now to the alliance. He can't say that about Wales and English Channel, so it'll depend on what happens after that. John, I think, has a pretty good, decent position, but once those fleets get away, if they get away down to mid-Atlantic and all that sort of thing, I'm not sure that Christian's position is not pretty decent.
Oh, I was gonna pick Wardy, actually.
Wardy, as you said earlier, the Russians just may say, "Fine, take my stuff."
Yeah. And even if they don't, I mean, I think Wardy could stab for a net of 2 plus Rome and Naples. That would be 4 minus Tunis is 3. That would get him to 11, and maybe he picks up another one off of Russia. That gets him to 12.
The interesting thing about this discussion that the three of us are having is it's happening in spring of 07.
Yeah.
In other words, the move to this part of the game has been pretty rapid, which means there's a lot of time left in the game.
Yeah, that's nice.
It's not it's not like you got 2 game years to try to scramble and get as many centers as you can. I mean, there's like 4 potentially game years here. 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah.
And I love at this point too. I've been in a few games like this, and the stakes are going up, and the stress between the members of the triple or the 3 that have a chance, like they're all trying to figure out, how am I going to keep the other person from having the advantage over where I'm at. And sometimes the emotions can run, and solos can happen out of this kind of position as well if somebody gets mad. So very curious to see what happens here.
As you predicted, Brandon, that Bordy could not keep Tunis in this situation, but there he's got Naples. I think the thing that gets me is the French taking Venice. That happened because the Turks used neither of their units to help defend it. And I'm trying to just see why they didn't use Adriatic.
Used Adriatic to make sure that Tunis didn't get blown up, but could have used Aegean for that instead of Aegean going to Greece. Wasn't really needed to cover anything there. So I think this was perhaps just poor tactics on the part of the RT. Maybe Christopher Ward is okay with that, though, because he may end up with Venice in the end.
And oops, he takes Vienna because he was covering it against the Germans.
But we do have Venice retreating to Trieste. So,
and Galicia retreated to Romania, I guess. Well, that was already Russian, I guess.
Yep. Oh, a bit of a surprise here, actually. Wardy hits, supports himself into Trieste. I actually would have thought that they would, that Russia and Turkey would combine to make sure that Venice was retaken, which they could have done. That's a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, this is an interesting set of moves. I wonder what Barents to Norway really means.
It looks like Edinburgh and Norway were that John was expecting a self bounce there and was trying to give an unwanted support. Meanwhile, going to Munich as well. Maybe that wasn't arranged. But now you've got Christian Brown building 2 and possibly feeling just stabbed. This could be a pivotal moment in this game.
Yeah, but it's a lot of fun because there sure was a lot of movement that turn. And I'm talking about diplomatic and strategic movement, not just tactical movement.
Yeah, this game feels like, it feels like the guns just got loaded. John and Christian both get 2. John puts down 2 armies. Christian puts down another fleet, which feels like, you shall not pass.
I'd love to be playing in this game as any of these 3 major players. There's just a lot going on here that's fun.
Who has the advantage, though, between Jonathan and Christian? John Anderson and Christian?
It's a good question, but honestly, Christian, because he's facing the French, period. I mean, the Russians are sort of there, but they're not a threat to him. He's facing the French. The French have to leave those fleets in the Mediterranean vis-a-vis the Turks. So just from a purely, how much attention can I devote to this kind of question? The French have 2 northern fleets. The Germans have 4. You can do that.
Oh, I did not see that coming.
Well, I did think the Germans had the best position anyway. Maybe John thought that as well and thought, I'm going to stick with, I've got 10 centers in second place. That's worth something in this system. I've already had the big round last game day. I'm just going to accept this and move on. Maybe he didn't think he could do better.
I can kind of see that from John. I don't know if I love it, because I do think, he's got a fleet in the Barents Sea, for crying out loud. Like, there is a lot that John could do. Convoy to the island. But Wardy's the one I really don't get. Wardy's got lots of potential left in this game.
Particularly with now there's an RG war.
Yeah. Or
I'm sorry, an FG war.
Yeah. R is probably still willing to be, to be on side. Might be willing to be Janissary at this point. Say, just leave me on 4. Push me forward into Vienna and Warsaw, and you can take Romania from behind, something like that. Rome, Venice should be Wardy's. Yeah.
Well, another great game, and we've got our first top from Germany of this season. So congratulations, Christian Brown, on pulling out that top, and that was another really fun one to watch.
Christian has gotten better over the last couple of years, I think, and this is just a good example of that. This was well played, and whatever he said or whatever happened here that allowed him to get them to vote him at this draw right now was good for him. Because I agree, there was play left in the game, but by God, if everyone gives it to you, you deserve some credit for that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and he navigated, a tricky early game too, where it seemed like he was on board with an FG, and then there was an EF, and he needed to get R figured out as well. So yeah, well done, Christian. Christian comes up with these results now.
Yep.
Well, David, we're going to give you a break. Go catch up on your big game.
Carolina's up by 2.
All right. If you are down to the wire and desperately need to see the end, send me a note. I think 3 of us can cover just fine. Thank you. And for now, Brandon, Saren, welcome back. And we're going to move on to our third game of the night. We got Game 95, Kirby Puckett. In Austria, we get the return of Aslan Sarwar. Haven't seen Aslan in a couple of months. Good to see them returning. In England, we've got Roni Mordanov from Israel. France, Sabi Ahuja. Germany, Adina Lieblich. Very active tonight, Adina. Italy, we've got Baron of Kirkholm again. In Russia, John Archibald. And Turkey, we have Jason Bennett. Brandon, I'll let you set this one up. What are the storylines based off of the players in these positions?
I mean, my first, there's a couple things that stand out to me. One, I want to see how Jason does with the second game, his second VDL game. Had an interesting game last week where did some really nice things diplomatically, but maybe left some opportunities on the table. So maybe Jason is ready to sort of take a chance here. But my eyes pretty quickly drawn to the West. You've got Roni, Subby, and Adina all over there. Adina, had a rough first game, probably looking to get something going. Subby, fresh off the Weasel Royale Championship, won the league championship in their first ever attempt, which was impressive. And also, something that's been, I think, a long time coming for Subby. Subby joined the hobby a year ago and had some difficult results early on, and then has started to come on lately and did well in at the Weasel Moot. So how does Subby handle some success? And Roni was on that board. And how does Roni respond as well? Do we see some fighting, some weasel on weasel violence? So that's what I'm going to be looking at here early.
And I will point out, Roni, I believe, is leading the Nexus Press League right now. I'm almost positive with 2 solos, I think, so far. So really been seen some impressive play in the extended deadline format. So see if we can translate some of that into some virtual success as well. Let's take a look at our game now. All right. And first up, Spring 1901. Here we go.
So I'll do play-by-play here.
You got it.
Okay. All right. Tactics we got. Eye is immediately drawn to Armenia. We see, I believe this has now been named the Armenia Fist Bump. And Subby has been pushing this for a while, so Subby probably really happy to see this from the other side of the board. Elsewhere, we get Bounce in Galicia, which is common. We get the English Channel DMZ'd, which is novel for tonight, and yeah, looks like a nice start for France. The West looks very friendly in general. Oh, Saren's on mute.
Not a real Debian broadcast if it doesn't happen at least once.
You got it.
Yeah, so the Channel and Burgundy have both been DMZ'd, which kind of says that Sabi doesn't want to tip their hand right at the start of the game. So it'll be quite interesting to see which way they eventually go. Looks like John Archibald and Jason Bennett also getting off to a really friendly start. Don't know how Baron and Aslan feel about this. Both of them have put in quite standard openings. This looks like something that could more easily morph into an AI versus RT if people just want to play it that way.
Yeah, my eye's going to be on Trieste here. Does Trieste get swapped? Does Baron go to Aegean? So Trieste does get swapped, but Baron convoys to Tunis rather than going to the Aegean. As it turns out, that move was not needed in order at least to bounce Jason, because Jason and John have gone after Black, perhaps arranged, perhaps not. Why would I think it's arranged? Maybe because Ukraine is supported into Romania, and Smyrna goes to Ankara rather than to Armenia. If it is arranged, it's a waste of units, and that may be something that John and Jason come to regret. Elsewhere, the only thing of note is two things of note. Sweden does not get bounced, so John gets into Sweden, and Belgium is a bounce between Subi and Roni. It'd be interesting to find out whether that is arranged or out of conflict.
Yeah, sorry, Brendan. I was still in the play-by-play mindset for a second there. Didn't mean to interrupt you, but we have got the bounce in Belgium, as you pointed out. So this is kind of something where it's a bit of a tricky situation for Roni for Roni playing England, because you see that France is going to get Portugal and Spain. There's absolutely zero pressure on them from either Adina or Baron. And France is going to get 3, and they're almost certainly going to put down a fleet in Brest if they get those 3 builds. And you don't necessarily want that as England. And in an EF, it would be quite fair for England to ask for support into Belgium with that convoy there. But clearly, if Roni asked for that, Sabi said no and opted for the bounce instead. This looks like it's arranged to me, but doesn't look like something that Roni should be entirely happy about.
Yeah, it's worth saying that Roni should be asking for it. All right, clues that that it wasn't agreed upon, or that Roni wasn't happy about it. The fact that we have fleets in London and Brest, and we also have an army in Marseille, which is also, I think, pro FG. Elsewhere, we have some armies from Russia. We've got a fleet from Jason. So John's builds are not committal, and Adina's are not committal either. But we do have an army build from Baron. Even though it's in Rome, it is still something that Aslan and Austria should not be happy about.
Yeah, Baron taking both Trieste and Tunis was really something there, and not something that many Austrians would be happy about.
All right, continuing the play-by-play, and now we have Russia joining up with Austria to attack Turkey. So now we have what looks to be an AIR brewing. But even juicier, we have Adina and Subi dropping armies into Piedmont and Tyrolia, suggesting that an FG is at hand. That's backed up by Helgoland, Kiel going to Helgoland. I think I'm bleeding a little bit into color here, so I'll try to back off. But of note here is that you have Holland going to Kiel as well, which is quite important given the fact that Roni dropped from Norway into Skagerrak.
Yeah, this is a big conga line from Adina, and good for her that it all went through. John Archibald clearly is kind of maybe doing differently to Russia did in the previous game that we saw, and not joining in, at least not for the time being, in the pile on one of the Western powers. So he is kind of leaving Roni alone to defend against the FG, and we'll see how well that goes for him, because at the same time he's clearly allied with Aslan and Baron in the south. So we seem to have an AIR and an FG with an England kind of defending and a Turkey kind of maybe not so successfully defending, but there's nothing much you can do when 3 people are set on killing you. So we'll see where this goes.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if John attacks Norway. John does not. And already the AIR is going to the line here, with Vienna going to Bohemia. Ukraine pops over to Warsaw and drops down into Livonia. Not a whole lot actually succeeds here. The AR tries to get into Khan, doesn't work. And this is a very interesting move that I'd love to hear Saren's thoughts on. Ionian goes to Greece here rather than to Eastern Mediterranean. And you would think that if the AI were attacking Turkey in the most efficient way possible, you might do something else. Otherwise, let's see. Germany fails to get into North, and Brest does get into the English Channel.
It was quite ambitious there for Baron and Aslan to imagine that Greece to Aegean would succeed and Ionian to Greece would succeed after that. Like, if it had succeeded, it would be really nice for the alliance, giving Baron another build to presumably put down a fleet to fight Sabi. But it was quite ambitious to think that might succeed. I do want to give credit to Jason for guessing this one correctly, because there's a chance there that you try to bounce Armenia, and you don't really know there. Like, there are kind of players who would just support Black or Bulgaria into Khan there and move Seb down to Armenia, knowing that one of those would succeed. And Jason kind of took the chance that wasn't what was happening here, and didn't try to bounce Armenia and did cover Aegean. So that was very well done by Jason. Also a good defense by Roni, who doesn't lose anything critical this year, it looks like.
So for builds, then we have Subby dropping another fleet in Marseille, and that could be spun either way. It'd be interesting to see how Baron reacts to that. Aslan uses the build that maybe they didn't expect to get by putting down another army in Budapest. That's it. All right, here we see Adina pulling back into Munich here, given the army in Tyrolia. We have John getting to the line with 2 more armies. This does not look great for Adina. And John does now drop the army into Armenia. So what looked like a 50-50, according to Saren's analysis, is one that Jason did not get right this time. And I believe that's all of significance. Bounce and Leon.
It'll be really interesting to see what Roni manages to do with this new pressure on the FG, notably on Germany, who I think looks like they're going to lose one of Munich or Berlin this year. I don't think there's a way to really defend both of those. So it looks like Roni might have a chance to get back into it if he can hold them off for long enough and kind of convince them to go the other way instead of trying to take him out first.
Yeah, it was a bit conservative there on Subby's part to not try to advance the fleet in mid-Atlantic. That may be something that comes back to haunt them. John Archibald picks up 2 here. Gets both Ankara and Berlin. And meanwhile, a unit is transferred from Austria, from Aslan in Austria to Baron in Italy. That's interesting. Aslan's going to have to pull one here. Can't really afford to pull that fleet in the Aegean. So, maybe Budapest. That's going to leave them open to a pretty big stab opportunity. Oh, but Roni gets into Denmark. Big time build there.
Yeah, well played, Roni. That is pretty good. Like, to be fighting an FG and not just like hold them off from getting anything, but like keep Russia on side through all of that and fight back and get Denmark. That's really well played. Not necessarily so well played by Jason, who I think made an unforced error here. Like, Khan should probably have cut Black Sea here. If you're supporting Ankara to Khan should cut Black Sea, and that would have prevented him from losing anything this turn. But meanwhile, we have Baron's army stranded in North Africa, which is kind of a common not so good thing that happens when you convoy to Tunis and fail to convoy it back out in time, because now it doesn't look like it's going to be going anywhere useful for a long time.
Yeah, it's worth, I think, for so sort of newer players just to go through those tactics that Saren was just suggesting around Turkey here for a second, because they're really quite clever. So Saren, you were suggesting that Ankara should still go to Khan with support from Smyrna. The only thing that should be different here is that Khan goes to black, and if that happens, then Jason wouldn't have lost either Ankara or Khan, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. There's also a chance that Khan should have cut Aegean instead to guard from Aegean supporting Armenia to Smyrna. So that's a bit of a toss-up between cutting Aegean and black. But like, it's really kind of naive here to assume that Khan won't be cut in any case. So like, Khan supporting Smyrna doesn't really accomplish that much, just in my opinion.
Because Bulgaria would have gone to Khan if if they were going to support him back on Smyrna. Okay, cool. All right, no huge surprises here. We've got fleet in Rome, a couple armies from John in the south. Actually, the Sevastopol army may be a little bit of a surprise and may make Aslan, should maybe give Aslan a little bit of pause here. The fleet from Roni is interesting because it suggests that maybe Roni is either worried about Subi or wants to attack Subi. And yeah, I'll let Saren talk about the implications of that.
It's a fleet in Liverpool. Yeah, like, I mean, if you're allied with John is probably not going to want the fleet in Edinburgh, right? So if you build a fleet here, as many Englands would, you probably do have to put it in Liverpool. That would be a request from Russia, so I can see where that comes from.
So maybe this is just a moment where Roni has been forced to identify who his primary ally is, and he showed it to be John rather than Subi.
I mean, Subi's been attacking him the whole game, so I'm not sure that he would pick Subi.
Well, not actually, though, right?
Have they not?
I think the last few turns have been relatively neutral.
I mean, I don't know. Refusing to get out of the channel would be taken as hostile by many players.
Yeah, it took channel, but like didn't go to Irish, didn't try to convoy onto the didn't support Helgoland in the north, for example.
That's fair.
But instead, Roni. It's possible that fleet build was arranged with Subi. In any case, Roni has taken the opportunity to turn on John and get in position to take Sweden. Meanwhile, John has turned on Austria and has taken Bulgaria and tried to get in position to take more. Subi has had a lot of confidence in the negotiations with Roni, enough to leave mid-Atlantic and take that fleet further south. This is really kind of remarkable negotiating on Roni and Subi's part. Really well done here. And Baron sends armies west, while Subi and Aslan send them east. It's a pretty funny little tectonic shift, one plate on top of the other.
Yeah, Roni kind of goes after the hand that feeds. John was the one who got him that build, and now Roni uses the freedom given to him by that build to go and attack John. Really, like, the only ally that he had solidly for a while there. So it is something that he can do, and it is a tactically good position. Is it polite? I don't know about that, but some people would say that politeness isn't the point of diplomacy. So what do I know?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? Because on the other hand, John is at is topping the board at 8, and maybe if Roni knows that John is going to stab Aslan here, maybe that was part of his calculation as well.
Yeah, I mean, Aslan looked prepared for it, though.
In the 2016 World Diplomacy Championship game, Chris Martin did a coverage video series. There was a moment in that game, I believe it was Adam Silverman and Andrew Goff were locked in forces, and there was a moment where they just both went their opposite ways, and Chris pointed out that one of the signs of a a great player is when they can recognize when it's time to take a risk, a calculated risk, and separate diplomatically, because it's more beneficial for both parties to stop fighting. And I think that's a good example. We've got two great players here with Sabi and Roni that made that choice. So, well done.
Yeah, it's a nice point. It's a sign of experience. Beginning players don't have the courage to do this sort of thing. And we get Roni doing the optimal moves here, convoying over to optimal moves for an attack on Russia, I should say. Convoying over to Norway. That fleet in Liverpool goes up to North Atlantic, which is, I think you probably want that to go to Clyde if you are subby. But getting it out of Liverpool eventually is a good thing. A risk by Roni to vacate London here with that fleet in the English Channel. So again, signs of really high-level negotiating going on between Subby and Roni. Elsewhere on the board, we've got Adina Lieblich rising from the ashes, picking up a build from Kiel. And John Archibald, his position possibly crumbling here, losing Sweden and Berlin, and is not able to hold on to Bulgaria, otherwise known as Eastern Burgundy. Meanwhile, Aslan picks up Trieste, thanks to Subby's help. Oh, and holds on to Bulgaria. Doesn't retake it.
Yeah, so Aslan actually grows by 1 this year, it looks like, which is great for him. Temporary reprieve for Jason, who has been left untouched by his neighbors for 2 turns in a row now, just living in peace in his homeland. And the interesting thing here is, so from the way that Roni, Sabi, and Adina have been moving the past few turns, it looks like at the beginning there might have been an FG in the works, but the formation of the AIR might actually have convinced them to change tack. So now this turn, at least, nobody is attacking Adina. Roni and Sabi are, at least for now, leaving her alone. Not sure that will hold. But for now, it looks like this may actually be an agreement between all 3 of them to ensure that the AIR doesn't progress and maybe make progress into the east for all of them.
All Jason needs right here is for John to disband Army and Fleet Bulgaria, Black Sea. I want to point out Aslan here, by the way, who takes Baron's support to retake Bulgaria, but takes Trieste at the same time. So this is a little bit of double dealing, presumably on Aslan's part, which sometimes you have to do, in order to survive. Sometimes
you do, Brendan.
We get an army build from Roni and a fleet build from Adina. Oh, that's delightful. I mean, what is Adina gonna do with the one fleet? Without help from Subby, it's not gonna matter. But we appreciate the effort, Adina Lieblich.
One thing is clear: Adina is here to play the game. I mean, if you're Germany and you want long-term prospects, you have to have fleets on the board. And this is Germany just gone back up to 4 centers from 3, saying that they want back into the game.
I love it. All right, so I don't imagine, as much as we enjoy that fleet build, that Adina would be our pick for topping this board. Sarah, I'm going to start with you. Who do you like?
Well, Jason, obviously. Let's go with Roni. I actually think that that fleet build in Kiel opens up a few avenues for him. It does mean that he can say to Sabi that they now have less to worry about from him, and Roni has proved throughout this game that he's very capable in terms of managing that diplomatic relationship. So that he would be my pick.
Brendan.
I would probably pick Roni first, but I want to give Aslan here a little bit of attention. Aslan has a path here, and it's not that narrow. I think John's going to collapse relatively quickly. Maybe not. John decided to hold on to Black and Ankara to try to keep going in the south. Interesting to see if John and Aslan can make peace here. That's key for John. A little bit mealy mouthed, I think, of me. did I pick? Neither of us picked Subby though. I think Subby's a little bit too spread out right now, and doesn't have clear growth unless it's through Adina's centers. So Subby, so Adina gets it from all three sides. Attacked by John and Roni and Subby, loses Munich and Holland. John is not able to make peace with Aslan, but is able to make some peace with Roni. Roni moves the army from Norway to Sweden here, not St. Petersburg, which would have been guaranteed. Meanwhile, we've got, let's see, John does not do the moves that would be required to evict Aslan from Bulgaria, and for his troubles is now evicted from Galicia. So Romania should fall here. And Baron has gotten some units back into place to do something in the east. So we see some separating going on. Subby is not moving fleets forward in order to try to take advantage of it.
Yeah, that's quite well played by Aslan, actually. I don't know what happened in that negotiation, we can't say, but the fact that Aslan convinced Jason not to support Ankara into Bulgaria, when that was something that would have removed the army from Jason's homeland, that's really something, right? Because what exactly can Aslan do for Jason right here? There's not a lot that's obvious, and Jason basically dropped everything to kind of help Aslan that turn, and it didn't even bounce the Aegean, which he may come to regret. But Baron looks to be, he looks like he might have some play here. Like obviously Sabi's still in West, and this whole thing with Roni and the bounces in North Atlantic and Mao, they all look arranged, but potentially there's room for a little bit of play there if the East can figure something out.
Yeah, it's just wasted units for Subby though. That's my concern. Yeah, I'm with you. Jason could have gotten that army out of Ankara. That would have been lovely. Oh, I'm sorry. So I was looking at that and I thought you had gone backwards because it's the exact same move.
Yeah, Jason declines to get that army out of Ankara again.
Yeah, and again, it would have worked. And John's got to be frustrated because those units are just wasted here. Poor Adina Lieblich goes for, builds a fleet, goes from 4 down to 0, loses all 4 for centers in 1 year. 2 of them go to Roni, 1 to Subby, and 1 to John Archibald, who suddenly, is not dying. So I thought John might collapse. That's not happening.
I mean, John rum.
What's that?
John loses rum. So.
Right, but I when I looked at this at the beginning of the year, I thought John was going to lose St. Petersburg and Romania, and instead he's staying even, so picking up Berlin and losing Romania. So it's not great, but it's not collapsing. Baron is doing a little seesawing here, which is not a great thing to do in 1905. So those units really need to be doing something. Putting one in Naples doesn't do a whole lot for you. Meanwhile, Subby moves an a fleet back to Spain. Which is also curious. Subby's going to have to make a move here at some point. Maybe this is the time to. No, now's not the time to do it with Roni getting 2 builds.
But. I just want to point out that Roni's decision to not attack John Archibald helped prevent that Russian collapse you were speaking about, and in turn helped prevent Aslan from breaking out, like you were talking about earlier, Brandon. So I think that may have been a strategic read on their part. And if they could come to an agreement and say, hey, let's knock out Germany now and slow Austria down later, I don't know if that'll pay off, but I think it shows some strategic reading of the board as a whole, which is good to see.
It's savvy play.
Yeah.
And I think we have our answer, at least from Roni's perspective, about how things stand between England and France, because Roni puts down 2 fleets, one in Liverpool and one in London. Subby, I think that army Brest says that Subby didn't see it coming. Otherwise, we just get another army in Vienna. All right, spring 1906, Roni's fleets advance. Subby's army advances to Picardy, and elsewhere we've got in the east, Aslan's armies advancing here. And John now trying to support someone into Constantinople, doesn't get it. And this is I believe, no, Sevastopol is not guaranteed because of the Black Sea.
If it wasn't a full-on EF war before now, it certainly is now. Roni going everything against Sabi, Sabi reading that correctly, moving everything back to defend, kind of. I wonder if there was like a more efficient use of the units, the use of the French fleets, than setting up a long conga line that all bounces. But you know, there's not really that many great options from France here because they appear to be being attacked by both England and Russia. So Roni and John have gotten back on side. At the same time, I love Baron's moves this turn. Very stylish, basically an all hold, except for the one unit that matters. Tyrolia supports Munich. So Baron is working with Sabi here, trying to stave off the Roni-John alliance. And Aslan is the one who's really making significant progress in the south at this time.
Yeah, Baron looks to me like someone who has decided to not to try to top this board and to just pursue a different goal. Or who's just lying lying in the grass, getting an offer from both England and Russia to take Munich, slips into Marseille. This is not what Subby was hoping to see when these moves came out. Meanwhile, Aslan takes Warsaw. So guess is right. There was a guess here between Warsaw and Moscow, and Sevastopol. In fact, all three of them were involved. And guess is right. And now Aslan can put down a fleet in Trieste and shock the world.
Yeah, this is Baron making a statement, right? He took the spring turn to kind of play nice with Sabi, and in fact, that playing nice is probably what allows him to do this in the fall, because otherwise, you can easily see France covering Marseille and putting support on Munich. And the fact that Sabi hasn't done either of those, by all evidence, it appears that Sabi entirely trusted Baron, and Baron used that as an opportunity to make a play. And this is a new Baron that we've been seeing ever since that last game in the morning, and I'm here for it.
Hey, Baron got me. I was convinced that Baron wasn't trying to win, right? So I would have done what Subby did here.
Brandon, it's always the ones who you think are no longer playing to win.
No Fleet Trieste. Come on, Aslan. Get some guts. But we do get another Army Rome. That is a curious build at this point in the game. I think you can make an argument for Venice, even defensively, or you're sending it over to Piedmont right away. But Rome doesn't feel like a great call here.
I mean, it's an agreement between Aslan and Baron. You can't build in Venice. I won't build in Trieste.
If so, it's a good deal for Aslan because it slows. Not only does it get security, but it slows Baron down a bit. And Subby, interestingly, pulls the army in Belgium. That's a consequential pull because Subby is saying, I'm going to allow Roni to advance and I'm going to fight Baron.
Punish the person who stabbed me most recently.
Yep. Or still fight Roni. This is a curious set of moves here on Subby's part. I was expecting Subby to take Marseille, which was guaranteed, actually. Instead, Subby keeps Roni out of Mid-Atlantic, and that allows Baron to get another fleet on Western Med here. But, kind of like the bigger story is in the east, where Aslan is getting units into position not only to take another dot off of John, which is going to, I think, take another year, but to stab Baron. Aslan has taken Greece and moved units into position to take Venice, which actually there's a guess here involved because of that unit in Munich. But this is a bold move here by Aslan, which, by the way, opens up an opportunity for Jason to possibly get a build either from Ankara or Bulgaria.
Yeah, so first in the West, I mean, poor Sabi, like they clearly tried to make some diplomatic plays, tried to like make pitches, but nobody took them up on that. Like they tried to support John into Munich. John said no. They probably tried to work something out with Roni, and Roni, I mean, said no. He's still coming. Baron clearly said no to anything that Sabi proposed, still moving like basically every unit into the most hostile places. But good news for Sabi is that some of that pressure might be alleviated as Aslan is now taking the time to go after Venice. Pretty common motif when Italy goes west and fails to leave enough to kind of cover Venice. You get Austrian armies dropping into Tyrolia and Trieste, and Aslan will have Venice guaranteed. Not so good news for Aslan is that he won't have Moscow guaranteed this year because John correctly guessed those moves around Ukraine, read that Aslan would guarantee Ukraine in that fashion, and that would mean that he could bounce Aslan out of Romania for free. So well done to John on that.
Yeah, now Aslan's got some guesses to make over Romania and Bulgaria.
The knives are coming out in this game, and I love it.
Got lots of players going for it. It's great. And congratulations to Jason Bennett for getting a build. Well done, Jason Bennett. Would have liked to seen Smyrna go to Aegean here, play for position here, and not worry about covering Constantinople. But the upshot is that John has gone for Romania rather than protecting Moscow. So this is a curious play here because Aslan had 2 on Romania, so this was unlikely to work under any circumstances. Anyway, that's good news for Aslan, who picks up Venice, Greece, and Moscow. Loses Bulgaria, is going to be building 2, but only has 1 home center open. Common problem for Austria as this late in the game. Meanwhile, the destruction of Subi continues, although Subi does get Marseille back. But loses Brest. So actually even, but doesn't have a home center open for a rebuild, which is unfortunate. Meanwhile, Roni picks up Belgium and continues what looks like a march to a board top. Oh, I'm sorry, between Aslan and Roni, I should say.
Yeah, so Aslan gets 3, goes up 3 this year, but can only build 1 because he only has 1 home center open for a build. Yeah, all of a sudden Roni is in an extremely strong position. I mean, this is just phenomenal for Roni. Can make use of his new builds actually. Actually has like Baron extremely out of position in Brest. Like that will be Roni's anytime he wants it tactically, and I imagine that Roni is going to want it. So the other big story is Jason Bennett. Who could have imagined in 1903 that Jason would be in a stronger position at this point in the game than John? I mean, this is just very well done, Jason. You have the what can we say? The surviving instinct of a champion.
Yeah, it's fun to see the turkeys, not get destroyed immediately. By the way, one thing neither of us pointed out was that Roni took Munich here with the support of John in Berlin. That's potentially very significant. So that puts Roni above Aslan, 1 above, and yeah, I think Roni's really in the driver's seat here. Oh, so builds. Lots of disbands here of note. Baron gives up on the west. So this is a revenge reaction against Aslan. Says Aslan, fine, you want to attack me, then Roni's going to run away with this board top. Jason Bennett going to get another build in 1908. This one off of the back of John Archibald. John really can't complain too much, I think, about that one. Meanwhile, Aslan is getting all of his units into position to do something, which is good. And that I think he has his eyes set on the remainder of the Italian peninsula, which is going to be difficult without a fleet. So we'll see if he tries to get one in. Elsewhere, we've got Roni Mordvinov convoying 2 armies into the French homeland at once, which is delightful. It involves 3 fleets and the 2 armies.
Yeah, I mean, Roni has got to be thrilled that that convoy into Gascony went through. Like, it's a convoy tying up 3 of his units, and like could have been bounced without opposition from France. And for that to get in is just like, I mean, that's just like the what we call it, like the cherry on top. Like, it is really like a very very nice place for Roni to be in. Definitely his board top to dos at this point. We have Aslan though, also making some nice progress in the south, and you know, Baron, you made your play, and somebody else made their play after you. So sometimes that happens.
Yeah, I think if I'm Aslan here, though, I want to see him getting armies onto the stalemate line to try to swing at Roni in Munich here, rather than, you know, tying the units up trying to take the Italian dots, which he's not going to be able to get. But you know, everything's coming up Aslan here. I'm sorry, Roni. Everything's coming up Roni. Roni picks up Brest and Paris, swaps Berlin for Munich, but gains position. It picks up Spain as well with the help from Baron. So Baron really is, I think, on the warpath here. These are the sorts of games that become solos if there's enough time.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough time in this one. I could be proven wrong, but I'm really curious what Aslan was thinking to write those orders in Warsaw and Moscow. That was very ambitious to imagine that he was actually going to get Sep and not just like lose Moscow here. So I'm curious to know what went down there. But we also have Jason Bennett getting to 4 with a pretty good position, because now I mean, like, he's going to be able to force out Black Sea next year if it doesn't just go. So, Jason, like, well done to you on getting back to this kind of position.
Is yeah, John doesn't get a build. I was kind of hoping John had picked up a dot, but it was just an exchange. Yeah, no, it's Roni. I mean, look, he's at 13 now. Really, the only question is whether Aslan keeps fighting people in the east, which is the sort of thing that would enable Roni to get even bigger. Roni has Portugal locked up, should be able to get Marseille easily, and you know, St. Pete is his eventually, although he built 3 armies. So
okay, 3 armies. I just want to say 3 armies is the build of a man who wants to go for a solo. In video time constraints, that is ambitious. But I mean, there's no really wrong build for Roni here, so why not?
I have to say though, if I'm Roni, my 18th dot is Tunis, not Warsaw or Moscow. I think you need. I think, and you can only get one of those armies down, and that ties up the fleet in Irish. I think I probably had to build 2 fleets here.
Unless you're signaling to the rest of the board, I want a draw.
I'm not sure I agree with that, because like, I mean, like, even if Tunis is the 18th, Moscow, like, sorry, not Moscow, Munich is also the 18th there. Like, he's not going to get Munich without more armies on the continent. But I mean, it's all moot if he runs out of time, which it looks like he might.
Yeah, we'll see.
Game over. Brian was right.
Yeah, but okay, first of all, really well done by Roni, but it's a mistake to draw here. You have Portugal and Marseille in hand, and I know it means that Subby gets eliminated, but that's 20 more points for you. That's risk-free, you know, and Tunis may be yours as well. Yeah, those are points that Roni may need at the end of the year.
I mean, this is an investment by Roni, right? Like, he knows it's a top board tournament, and if he wasn't gonna solo, maybe this will be in conjunction with like several other good board tops that he gets as a result of the capital he built up in this game. Maybe.
Well, regardless, that was a very, very impressive display by Roni. Congratulations. Really, really happy to see Roni's play develop over the past the past year, and definitely a player that's on firing on all cylinders at the moment. So,
yeah, well done, Roni. Really, really well done.
Yeah, and also I'll say, Aslan, the moves in Austria to come and make it a game there towards the end, that was fun to see as well. I was really happy. Brandon, you called it. I didn't see it whenever you pointed it out, and sure enough, it was there.
I'll add, I think that Aslan made an error by stabbing Italy when he did. because and the reason it's a balance of power consideration here. Baron is helping to fight his competitor, Aslan's competitor, for the board top, and that is very valuable. Stabbing him at that point forced Aslan to fight on multiple fronts at once. It also meant that Turkey was unbreakable. So I think there was a lot of reason to focus only on eliminating Russia at that point.
All right. Well, Brandon, thank you for joining us. I'm going to let you take a break here because we are moving on to our feature league. Tonight's feature league is Nexus Speedboat. And I would like to thank everybody for watching tonight's stream so far. Just a quick reminder, if you've not already done so, if you could do us a favor and like and subscribe. Those things really help the YouTube algorithm share diplomacy content with other people who may enjoy it as well. And tonight we are really thrilled to introduce the Nexus Speedboat League as our featured league. This league does not qualify for the DBNI because it's a variant, and DBNI is standard rules only. But it's such a great way for people to get reps and practice and experience, especially with the tactical side of the game. But also getting better at quick reads and strategic thinking, balance of power. All of those things are useful, and Speedboat's been a great, great addition to the hobby. Plus, it's just pretty darn fun. So, Saren, I know you've been an active Speedboat player. I'm not sure. Are you playing this season or recently?
No, it's been a while since I've last played, Brian.
But would you be able to walk us through your understanding of the Nexus Speedboat League structure?
Yeah, of course. So I believe currently we're operating by like an every 2 or 3 months would be one kind of season. And in every season, the players kind of fill in cards where like on each card, they play each power once to kind of get like a fair spread of them. And playing each power, it's like just a standard speedboat game, goes until 1912, so 5-minute turns, and there's no press at all because it is speedboat, a gunboat variant. And at the end of the season, there's a top board with the top 7 players, and then there they compete for the speedboat championship.
And one of the interesting things about the Nexus Speedboat League finals is that they've introduced a wildcard game. So the top 6 players are guaranteed a spot in the finals, and position 7 to 13 play an additional wildcard game to qualify. The winner of that game will qualify for the finals. And there was a first-time player who made it. This is Andre, won the wildcard game and ended up coming in to the finals. Everyone else in the finals were heavy hitters. At the top of the show, I said it was a rookie versus 6 giants, and we've got Pixie, which is Andrew Zick, Karthik Konath, Evan Swihart, Morgante Pell, Roy Rink, and Brandon Fogel, which is a who's who of speedboat players. Several of those have even played in some champions in the past. So only Morgante, Brandon, and Andre had not tried or had not qualified for a Nexus Speedboat final before, but have had plenty of top board experience of their own in other formats. So congrats to Andre for qualifying to the final. And we're going to cover both of those January, February league finals games. For the finals, it's a 2-part series. You play 2 games. The points are cumulative. Whoever has the most points between both games wins the finals. And the players are anonymous. So they don't know who each other are, and they're not communicating. So they have to try and deduce who the players are by watching their moves and their play styles. David, anything you'd like to talk about as far as Speedboat goes, or something that we've done coverage of Speedboat in the past. What are some things that you found interesting or exciting?
One thing that I have noticed sometimes in the Speedboat League, things become, sort of modern wisdom or the current meta that everybody plays the same way, and then it breaks open and somebody tries something different. I mean, this has happened with Turkish openings and other things, not just in Speedboat, but in other parts of the game. But when I played some Speedboat back about a year ago, a fair amount of it, and there was sort of everybody does it such and such way. I don't think that's the way it works anymore. I think people are coming in with a little more creativity, and I'm hoping we're going to see that tonight.
All right. Well, let's take a look at our players. And in Austria, and remember, all of these players, we know who they are, but the players don't know who each other are. So in Austria, we've got Morgante Pell. In England, we've got Andrei Gribakov. France is Brandon Fogel. Germany, Evan Sweetheart. Italy, we've got Andrew Zick. And Russia, Karthik Konath. And Turkey, we have Roy Rink.
I should say one thing quickly about Roy Rink, because these other players, Andrew not so much, but the rest of them have played a lot on DBN on sort of regular, negotiation games. Roy not so much. Roy is an old school player from way back. He won face-to-face DixieCon in like 2000. I mean, this is a guy that's been playing diplomacy a long time.
Oh, I thought I had it. Here we go. All right. Well, we are going to speed through these Speedboat games. I'm going to have you each take 1 year at a time, and let's, in the true Speedboat fashion, let's try and keep it to like 30 seconds to a minute max. We'll start with you, Saren.
Yeah, so Roy going after Karthik, immediately making a statement opening by going to Armenia. Otherwise, quite standard, except for maybe Andrei Gribakov going to the channel, trying to make some play against Brandon in France, and Andrew goes for Trieste. So quite non-committal. Not sure whether he'll commit to that or use it as a hook to an alliance with Morgante.
And in your experience, is going to the channel more common in Speedboat and Gunboat than in Press?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, David.
Yes, Chris Martin is saying somewhere, and I will agree with him this one time, it needs to be more common in regular diplomacy too. Yeah. All right, but let's look at this. Fall 1901. The bounce in Belgium is not unusual in Speedboat, but it's of course something that should be pointed out. The Turks pulling out of their move into Armenia. I mean, it's hard to know exactly what they were doing there, but what they've decided to do instead is not go to Sev, not go to Black, but to completely pull out. So the Russians getting to the Black Sea, significant, says me. The bounce in Sweden, also significant. Speedboat, you don't really know who's who, what's going to happen. Do you really commit as the Germans to bouncing the Russians in Sweden? Obviously, you see it. It's interesting that it's happened here in this sort of championship game.
The juicy one that I see is the Apulia going to Greece. So we've got looks like a bounce there that would not typically take place, and you've got the Italian picking up Trieste. So
oh boy,
that's fun.
You're right. I did miss that. I just assumed that something else was happening there. So that's not right. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. We have a Fleet Venice sighting, as Sarah just said. That is really something.
So I would normally say you never see that in virtual format or face-to-face, but we actually did see that in the DBNI a couple times. So what do I know? But is this something it's more common in Speedboat or Gunboat, or is this just a statement build?
It's just a statement.
Yeah.
It's a statement of, yes, I attacked Austria. Sue me.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to Adriatic with it. I actually was going to say one quick thing about the German fleet build in Berlin instead of Kiel. Normally you'd say, don't do that. In Speedboat / Gunboat, you're trying to send messages. So he was trying to send a message with building Fleet Berlin as opposed to Kiel, which could also go to Baltic.
A message going to England
The
primarily.
message going to England, yes. Message saying, "Yep, I am friendly with you, Mr. England, particularly since you're going after the French." Apparently,
All right,
which
Sarah.
building in Liverpool, he did.
So unlucky for Andrew that he got that his Austria was actually Morgante, because as anyone who knows Morgante knows, like he's not going to be happy about this turn of 1901. So what we see is exactly what was expected, which is Morgante decides, well, he's not going to get anything out of this game. Only thing he's going to do is take Andrew down with him. So the functional alliances on this board appear to be EG, getting off to a good series of coordinated moves, as well as the RT, because Karthik now is extending to Roy and Olive Branch by vacating the Black Sea.
Which makes a lot of sense, because then you can do stuff like this, which is a supported move on Serbia and don't have to worry about Karthik wasn't going to make any progress against the Turks anyway. This is where he's going to make progress, and boy, is he making progress, except in the north. You got a functioning EG. It's only a matter of time when you lose in the north. We're already losing the north. And so he's trying to get enough builds to stem the flow there, because it's going to be slow going against the French. It's always slow going against the French when you're, the EG in France is not facing Italians or something, which is what's happening here.
And Sarah, I see a couple of signal flags from the French player Brandon. Can you talk to us? How are those used in Gunboat, and what do you think is being communicated here?
Yeah, they tend to be quite cheap, right? Because anybody can throw one of those, and you don't really have to follow through on those. But Brandon is inviting Evan to go attack Andre, presumably with some kind of a message that he will support Evan if he does. Whether he actually does or not is immaterial, so long as Evan does actually turn on Andre, which would be what Brandon wants to see, but Evan doesn't bite. Total cohesion with the EG with these builds, and RT also look very, very streamlined with the Black Sea just DMZ'd.
Streamlined except for the Army Smyrna, which then goes to Armenia.
Yeah.
I was expecting Fleet Smyrna there, and I saw Army and thought, you're going to convoy that? What's that all about? And this is apparently what it's all about.
I mean, they're going to bounce in Sev now, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Gosh, Morgante already added this game in fall 1903. We've already talked about this a little bit on tonight's stream, but being ganged up on by is no fun when you're Austrian. It's no fun for anybody, but there's almost nothing you could do when you're the Austrians. Look at Brandon bouncing back here a little bit, taking English Channel, but he's still facing an EG. Fairly strong-looking EG, don't you think?
Yeah, it's a sleek maneuver by Evan there, navigating that army down to Tyrolia and into Piedmont.
Yes.
Could definitely make the difference here. Traditionally in Gunboat, which I don't play a ton of Gunboat, but my impression is Germany is one of the stronger powers in Gunboat, and here we see a very strong German position from my read, at least.
It's also a lot stronger when England attacks the French from the beginning. Yeah, Brandon's in trouble here. There's only so much he could do. Obviously, the convoy to Wales is fun and, seems like a good idea, but it's really just, it's not even delaying the inevitable. It may be speeding up the inevitable, because you're losing your ability to really defend in France, because Liverpool still can't be taken so that's not much. The Russians didn't really like the Armenia army, surprisingly. So Karthik has come into the the Black Sea. It's interesting that Turkey did that. I'm not sure what Roy was trying to accomplish there. He didn't move a fleet to Khan or anything. It's interesting. It's an interesting question. Is he trying to? No, I don't think whatever Roy was trying to do, it's ended up with it being a Russian in Armenia. That's what has happened. As far as the French go, how are they doing? Not that great. Losing Marseille, not able to take anything else. They do take the Mid-Atlantic Ocean back. I guess that's relevant. I mean, the Army. Go ahead.
I just wanted to add, it does look like Brandon has a little bit of diplomatic play here because his pitch to Evan is that he'll dive everything to attack Andre. But I mean, there is an argument for Evan to just accept that and just take all of Brandon's stuff that he can anyway. He's already in Marseille.
Evan's already rearranging armies going to Silesia and so forth. In other words, not piling them all into France to take it down faster.
That's also true. Andrew gets a lifeline here because now Karthik is saying, I want a wintergreen.
What makes you say that, Cern?
I mean, it's a wintergreen insofar as in Gunboat you can do such things, which is mostly just Karthik saying, like Karthik attacking Roy, right? Because like there's never going to be that kind of thing in virtual where everybody moves away and like DMZs are honored.
Right,
like,
right.
Not in a final. So,
he's going to need Andrew to help him attack. And the question is, what does Andrew get out of it?
It's a good question.
So otherwise, it's a lot of this. It's a lot of bounces.
It looks like Evan botched a convoy there. Baltic attempted to convoy Kiel to Prussia, but misordered. Looks like it convoyed Kiel to Warsaw instead. So that's unfortunate for Evan.
Also, just giving up Marseille like that.
Yeah, that looks a bit strange. Like he just gave up on the French campaign entirely when he could have picked up like probably Paris and like maybe even
he can still take Paris. He can still take Paris if he wants, right?
Yeah, but he loses Marseille now.
He does. Yeah. It's an interesting set of choices there.
Yeah, and Brandon gets a rebuild now.
He gets a rebuild, but his position is a little screwy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's no fun to lose the Mid-Atlantic.
No. All of a sudden, Andre's in a pretty decent position. Now he picks up Moscow as well.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Yeah.
A little help from the Baltic Fleet.
Yeah.
Well,
Evan,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Evan being such a great ally. Andre, feel free to take all of Karthik's.
Yes.
Roy really stepped in a hole and broke his ankle here with that move to Armenia. And he's doing the best he can. I guess the question for what the Italians are going to get out of this is Greece and hope that there's something left of Turkey to get by the time he gets down there. Gosh, the Mid-Atlantic has changed hands again, Saren. Isn't that interesting?
The Mid-Atlantic, the most hotly contested spot on the board.
I do find Evan's moves interesting. Maybe even puzzling might be the word. You know, leaving the guys in Holland and Belgium is a very non-strong EG alliance kind of situation.
I mean, it's speedboat. I'd say it's like fairly like common in speedboat and like accepted that like he's got to leave those armies back. Otherwise, like it's too strong for Andre.
It really slows him down trying to kill Brandon though.
Yeah, and that's the argument many people have for straight up like going after England, right? It's a pretty common motif that like they started as an EG and then Germany gets a couple dots first and then really just builds a fleet in Kiel, and then the rest is, you know, the rest is like, you know, something that we've seen like hundreds of times. But it looks like Karthik may be getting a bit of play back, retaking Moscow, kicking Evan out of Warsaw. Won't be able to build though because he doesn't have any home centers free.
And Andre's certainly making pro-German moves there. Army to St. Pete and then vacating North Sea. That he's certainly trying to say, hey, Evan, go send your units against our enemies instead of sitting around.
Lots of shifts in the balance of power in this game so far. Is that typical for this format?
Yeah. like that's kind of what people enjoy about Speedboat, that you can like make these kinds of like, switches and dynamic plays and not really like have true alliances in the sense of virtual. Like people understand, but like it's more about the tactical position, and you can really play in that very pure kind of way if that's what you like about diplomacy. We used to say actually that Denmark supports North Sea is the most passive aggressive move in the whole game, because this is Germany saying, England, I support you, but not vacating a spot next to the North Sea, which is obviously what England would want to see. Like the real alliance move is just straight up to move to Baltic, right? But if you support North Sea, it's like you're saying that you're saying one thing, but your actions are not necessarily following through on that.
Still, Evan's building, and still he's building armies, even after all that.
And I missed it earlier. Morgante picked up Greece, it looks like.
He wishes he picked up Greece. That's Andrew Vick.
Oh, not Morgante.
Morgante wished he was still playing. But, all right, so the dismemberment of Turkey continues. And in the West, he finally does move those armies now that the English have vacated the North Sea. He feels like he can, which also allows him to vacate Denmark. Look at that.
Yeah, going to Sweden though, so maybe now like a bounce in Norway for the rest of the game.
Which wouldn't be a terrible way to play that. And look, he's very much in the alliance mode. He's supporting the English into Brest.
Oh, Evan could have afforded to go to Norway there. Like that would be very forgivable. But hey, the EG is fully rolling, the IR is fully rolling. Everybody appears to be on board with their respective alliances, which is, bad news for Brandon and Roy. But
yes.
I believe there's a 1910 cutoff. Do you know if that's how the standard format for this league, Saren?
I don't know if it switched to 1910. Sorry, you're probably right on that.
We'll find out.
I'm really struck by how much Andrew has bounced back and become a factor in this game, because there was a time that he really wasn't. That time was before Roy went into Armenia for no good reason. But anyway, let's look and see what's happening now. The English are getting position on the French by going, I think that's what he's doing, by going to Western Mid, trying to get position on the French. But Brandon smartly bounces Mid-Atlantic. Otherwise, not a whole lot, right?
Continues.
Evan, the front is that way. Why are you going west? The front's over that way. That's an interesting set of moves there.
I mean, this looks like just a fear of Silesia being forced disbanded, right? Because if Berlin had supported Silesia and Munich had supported Silesia and Prussia had vacated into Baltic, then Livonia to Prussia, that attack, Tyrolia taps Munich, would have blown up Silesia, which is not so good because he can't rebuild it. So I understand this. If you think it's just going to go to the line, then like just pull back to the line.
He could have rebuilt it just by vacating Kiel.
Yeah.
So I don't know. To me, this is a puzzling set of moves. He's trying to entice an intra-wintergreen war here, isn't he?
I'm sure he wishes that one would happen, but I wouldn't bet on it.
I wouldn't either.
So winter of 1908, I did just get notified that 1912 is the cutoff date. So at this point, who do we like to top this board? Sarah, and I'll start with you.
I mean, like aside from Andre, everybody has a shot, but like it's a two-part finals, right? So like I don't think we're gonna see like any really like cutthroat like collapse of either alliance, because it would be quite bad for like either alliance to do that. So any kind of like agreement I feel will be negotiated. I wouldn't be surprised if it ends on exactly these center counts that we have right here.
Is it possible to take an early draw?
Yeah.
Okay. David, how about you?
I have not played in this final situation, and I know Saren's way more familiar with it. But I'm not sure if I were Karthik that I would want to stop it. I think I'd want to see if I can make some progress here. Germany just pulled away from me for really not any good reason, it says me. And I think Evan's a great player. Don't get me wrong. So there must be something that he's seeing there that I wasn't seeing. So if I were Karthik, I may try to look for an opportunity to get the advantage here against Andrew even. I understand what you're trying to say, that sort of engenders potentially is bad going forward, but nobody's going to know who he's played in the next game. Look, there's definite war here. Yeah, there's definite war.
Yeah.
The other way around. Andrew's coming.
Andrew decides. Andrew is the one who decides he doesn't want second place and goes for this. I'm not sure he needed to really like pull back like so dramatically in the med. Maybe he did to like put force on Karthik, but now like he's probably going to lose Tunis out of this, right? Like I don't see that he can hold it until the end of the game. But he's definitely going to get stuff off Karthik.
Yeah, he really is. Of course, he couldn't keep Bulgaria, though. The English, the Western Med are still screwing around with the French. That's what I thought he was doing the earlier when he went to the Western Med, was just trying to get position on Brandon. Evan continues to move armies around. In this case, a significant convoy to Finland. That's pretty, but unless you're going after Norway or something, what's the point of that?
I mean, the whole thing looks like a quite bizarre stab on Andre because, like, if you really wanted to go after Andre, like, it looks like Baltic to Denmark would be like an intuitive move to pressure the North Sea, but instead Evan is applying maximum pressure on Brest and putting the army into Finland, which is maybe not the most effective attack. We'll see.
I mean, I guess he puts 2 on St. Pete that way.
Yeah, he does.
That must be what's happening here. It's interesting. I mean, it is hard when you're Germany and you have a million armies. How do you fight the English? One way to do it, I guess, is to convoy to Finland, where you touch 2 English centers. I mean, that may be what's going on here. It's fun to watch.
So it looks like Brandon's signaling to have Andre continue to attack Tunis. I assume that's an indication, hey, leave me here in Iberia, go move into the Mid-Atlantic, and I'll help support you there, or in the West Med. Probably,
but he doesn't need much help beyond Germany attacking England, which is what he's doing. I mean, Paris and Gascony means, and Picardy means he's going to take Brest, right?
Yeah.
So he's taking Brest and, maybe St. Pete here.
That was a false stab for position, though. We'll see.
Yeah, but still, I mean, he's definitely going to take them in the spring.
Mm-hmm.
So heading into 1910, we've got looks like a 2-way split top at the moment. Germany and Italy each at 9. Russia right behind at 8.
And Russia taking Vienna, forcing that position. Anytime you've got a Balkan war between the Russians and the Italians, there's always going to be a bunch of guesses because all those centers interconnect with each other. And there's going to be a bunch of guesses here on what the best position is. This is going to be fascinating to watch from two people who are obviously very good tacticians in the speedboat space. We do see the attempted attack on St. Pete, and Karthik defended St. Pete. I can see that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's savvy by Karthik. Serbia getting blown up is not good.
That's not good.
Losing that army in Serbia is, bit of a death knell for the Russian position.
Evan is doing what he can on his attack, but it's hard to attack England when you're Germany. It's really hard to do because of the lack of fleet power.
I mean, he gets a build, right? So he can put down the fleet now. But yeah, with Andre in Haugaland and North Sea and a fleet in Norway, he's a bit bottled up in the.
It's just hard to do. very hard to do. But he's at 10, you know. Hard to do is fine. You got 4 moves left in this game, right? At most.
Yeah.
So he's probably fine to take a shot at it. It's just hard to imagine what he gets from here in terms of affirmative gains. I guess he just tries to not lose anything. Like, for example, in the fall, Marseille to the French, things like that. All right, so who's winning the battle in the Balkans?
Italy.
Yeah, the Russians have convoyed to Armenia. Is that going to do him any good? Well, no, not really, because Aegean, fleet Aegean.
Yeah, good call by Andrew to make that move.
Well, and you always want to do that if you're fighting. You know, if you need to get fleets away from the south coast if you've got to fight with Russia. So putting armies into the situation makes a lot of sense. And he had a spare army to go to Silesia, which is good. Not because it's truly a threat to Warsaw, but because it can hit Galicia and still be a threat to Warsaw.
Yeah, this was very unfortunate, this thing that happened here, because Karthik played more accurately than Andrew this turn, and Karthik actually manages to take one off the Italian position, which shouldn't happen. Shouldn't happen here, really.
There were some guesses to make. There were some guesses to make because the Italians couldn't necessarily use Bulgaria to defend Khan because of the situation with trying to take. I guess he could have and just not worry about Romania. You're right. That's probably a guess that he didn't need to make in a fall turn like that. He could have defended Smyrna and Khan easily, and instead took a shot at Romania.
Yeah, allowing Karthik to now probably rebuild, presumably in Sev, is just not nice because it's that much harder now to make play on the Balkans.
Look at Brandon going to Lyon, and the Italians actually bouncing him there, which is fascinating in and of itself. That's interesting.
Yeah, you definitely don't want that. You want Brandon to be able to retake Marseille there.
I think so.
Like Andrew,
I think so because you're racing against Evan among other people if you're the Italians. So that is puzzling. Unless he thought, man, I can't figure out what he was thinking there.
Yeah, Andrew's a great player, but this was.
Oh yeah, he is.
Turn. Yeah.
And of course, Speedboat, it's 5 minutes. I mean, we don't need to say this out loud because everybody that's watching this knows, but trying to make decisions in 5 minutes on tactical situations and also trying to figure out how to make diplomatic moves with your moves, it's a tough assignment.
It is.
Well, moving into our final year, we've got Germany in first at 10 centers. Italy is second at 9, and Russia at 8. Saren, they're using Open Mind the Gap scoring. Correct me if I'm wrong here. My understanding is that that's similar to Open Tribute, which we have seen tonight with the Virtual Diplomacy League, except that there is a component that also rewards extra points for separation between your neighbors. So in this case, if Evan were to go up above Andre by more than 1 center, the top bonus isn't as high, but that separation gap is higher. So if you were in this situation and you were not Evan, what would your strategy be? Are you pushing to try and take a top, or are you more worried about just trying to keep Evan from running away with this?
I mean, you go for as many centers as you can get, because the main difference between Open Mind the Gap and Open Tribute is that OMG is a lot more forgiving towards non-board top scores. You can see from here that Andrew's score isn't trailing Evan's that much. In the shape, I'd say the shape of the scoring system is not dissimilar to Man or Con from what I know of that. But if I'm Andrew here, I think I definitely get a lot more out of trying to maximize my own center count than worrying about how far ahead Evan gets if I'm not going to top. This is a nice turn for Andrew.
Certainly looks like it, yes. Taking Munich is significant. I mean, obviously he was going to if he wanted to. 1912. You're just center grabbing here, aren't you? Way to go, Andrew. Seriously.
Well played.
Put himself in good position, but he was so sort of in middling position in about 1903 with not very good prospects. And what really changed the equation for him was Roy sort of throwing the RT Alliance in the trash. It allowed him to come back like this and then work with Karthik and then get position on Karthik. Just worked very well done.
At the end of round 1 of the Nexus Speedboat January-February League Finals, we've got Italy, Andrew Zick coming in with 12 centers, and Germany's Evan Swihart at 9. 43 points. I don't know this scoring system that well, but that seems like a pretty respectable score. Seems like Andrew should be in a pretty good place going into the next round. Players will not know who the players are in their next game either, but I imagine that there will be some attempts to try and balance out the leaders if they can try and figure out who that might be. Sarah, going into this, what's your strategy for a round 2?
I mean, it depends on who I am, right?
Well, let's say that you're Andrew, and then if you're anyone else.
Okay. Like Andrew probably, he might not need a board top. Like he would definitely be more willing to like go for like say like a shared top or something than like any of the other players, because obviously a shared top outright wins him the tournament, right? So in that sense, like there's an argument for like playing more conservatively and being like more willing to like, you know, just park the bus on the game. As somebody who like say got eliminated in that game, like if you were like Morgante, for instance, or if you were Brandon who finished on like 2, definitely it's like a big score or nothing. So what you see a lot in these finals is like the players get to the second game, the ones who did really poorly in the first game, like they play like super aggressively, try to go for that massive score, and if they can't get it, they punish whoever ended their chances.
All right, well, going into round 2, Austria, we've got Karthik. England, we've got Andrew. Morgante's in France. Germany has Evan again. Italy is Andrei Gribikov. Russia is Roy. And Turkey is Brandon. I did get a note from one of the organizers for this league. By design, they're supposed to spread the players so that they don't play the same power twice. And in this case, Evan did end up playing Germany again. So it is important to keep in mind that most people on this board probably assume Evan's not in Germany again. If that were the first place player, I could imagine that having more of a significance, but that is something to keep an eye on as we watch this game. So with that, let's go ahead and get to the game. All right, here we go. Saren, we'll start with you again.
Yeah, Morgante and Andrew both taking no chances, both go for the channel. They don't know who each other are, but it's pretty funny to observe in light of the previous game. Evan just gets away with it nice and easy. In the East, we see, again, Andre, like Andrew the previous game, sneaks into Trieste. It'll be interesting to see if Karthik reacts more strongly to that than Morgante did last game, seeing what happened to Morgante. And Brandon also goes for the Sunstrom.
Fall turn, the French leave Brest so they can build there probably, but that does let the Germans get in. The English get into the English channel. I'm flummoxed by the move to Baltic. I understand that you're still getting 2 builds, but I can't tell you the last time I remember seeing a fall 1901 move from Denmark to Baltic. It's a thing that happens. In the East, it's the second time in a row we've got the Italians trying to convoy. I mean, not really trying to convoy. They're bouncing the Austrians in Greece to keep them from getting a build. It's amazing. And
You know,
then
there really needs to be this movement that if Italy goes into Trieste in spring '01, you allow Russia into Galicia. Like, you don't expend any resources in fighting the East. But that's my take on it.
you know, I said I hadn't really seen that German move to Baltic before, but man, he's in great position, already ready to go there against Sweden. He's still building too. It's really interesting to see that. And uses it to convoy to Livonia. Wow. Evan, that is quite a move, and I think I like it because he can still go after Sweden if he wants to. It looks like the English might want to go after Sweden. They're going to Skagerrak. And look what the French are up to. I mean, obviously, they've been battling since spring '01, but now we've got somebody in the North Atlantic. So Morgante is saying, you know, you do what you want to in the Skagerrak, but you can't cover Liverpool now. Ha ha. The Italians continuing to press their attack there by convoying to Albania, and then they take Greaser in the falter.
Morgante leaves Brest open and gets away with it. So it looks like he's actually gonna be able to build in Brest again now, because he goes up 2, goes down 1, but that's no problem. Meanwhile, Roy not doing well as Brandon goes for Roy and Andre goes for Karthik. Looks like it's gonna become an IT. At least they're kind of implicitly cooperating here.
That surely is aggressive play. As you said, you were predicting Brandon, for example, might play aggressively, and he sure did here. Successful. Of course, it's a lot easier to be successful in this kind of play as the Turks when the Germans had convoyed to Livonia in spring of '02. That's kind of a spread out German position, given the fact that I guess he couldn't take Sweden because the English wouldn't let him.
I don't like the convoy to Livonia. It was a bit premature in my opinion, but
to me, it would have been fine if the English had played ball and fought the French instead of gone in with what they did. But obviously, Evan couldn't have known that. So it's really good for Morgante, don't you think?
oh yeah, this is like wonderful for Morgante. This is like the classic French line where like you get to convoy into Liverpool, you get that army on the English homeland, you take all of England. If nobody stops you, you keep going and you take Germany, and then you can take who knows what. But now, like, obviously Andre is signaling too heavily that he's gonna go west, so maybe it won't be so all sunshine and roses for Morgante.
Brandon building 2 armies is quite bold. And I know he's saying, hey, come on, Andre, let's do a Kraken. Let's do the IT. I get that. But this is gunboat / speedboat. And I just don't know how you're going to put those armies in play quickly enough. We'll see.
Well, depends on what that army in Livonia does again. It's definitely changing the balance of the sport. David, you were saying that you were expecting to see some changes, like people trying different things in not playing the same meta. I have not played this league, but I have a hunch that that's not the standard German meta. So.
Apparently, the standard meta is that the Italians bounce the Austrians in Greece whilst keeping Trieste for themselves. Apparently, that has become the meta in the Speedboat League.
Saren, why don't you take us here?
Yeah, so Morgante continues heading east. Basically, nothing stopping him. Gonna take Eddie this year. Probably going to take another one off the English, either London or Belgium. Andrew just continues attacking Evan, deciding that he's now going to play as Scandinavia, apparently. Roy getting destroyed by Evan at the same time. So while France is eating England, England is eating Germany, and Germany is eating Russia. And Russia is just apparently dying. I don't know. It's going really well for Brandon in the East. He's shuffling all of his armies into excellent positions, and Andre clearly is just going to allow this. You've been moving Ionian into Adriatic. So Karthik could have had Trieste this turn if he'd been willing to let Serbia go, but he wasn't willing to do that. So it looks like really Karthik is just it's very sad for him, going to go down here because Andre and Brandon have decided to make peace.
Yes, and Karthik has decided. I mean, I was expecting, honestly, for Austria, whoever Austria was in this case, Carthage, to realize that those Turkish armies were the biggest threat to him. The Italians are one thing, but 5 Turkish armies aren't going all into Russia. And so I was expecting him to send somebody to Galicia, and I hope that the Italians would change tack and send a fleet into the Aegean. That was the only hope that Carthage had. At this point, he's probably just playing for revenge.
No, like he's dead. He's not going to survive the game. And standard Austrian theory, like in gunboat, would be to send everything after Italy if this happens to you.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Of course, this is what happens when you don't bounce the guy in Galicia.
Morgante guesses incorrectly. Doesn't manage to take Belgium, but I mean that's not going to stop him for too long. Does Andrew actually get a build here? Yeah, that's a bigger problem because it looks like Andrew might actually have gotten himself a build here, somewhat miraculously.
Well done, Andrew.
Yeah, St. Pete, and he doesn't lose Norway. That really is sort of miraculous.
And Denmark.
Wow. Okay.
However, I don't think that changes the fact that Morgante's position is still pretty decent.
It is.
Brandon is really all in on this. I'm only going to build armies, my buddy Andrei Gribikov. I disagree with that. Austria's down to 1. It's now time to figure out what you're going to do next. And gosh, I just don't think I would have put all my eggs in that basket. And Andrei is not thinking that way either. That's why he convoyed Albania.
I mean, it's all right if Andrei never attacks you, which, well, we'll see.
Convoy to Albania. I mean, I guess it's not a declaration of war, but it's certainly an escalation.
I don't know why you don't send that to Piedmont. The French are attacking you. Well, I guess the French are trying to tell you that I'm not attacking you. I'm just in Western Med to hang out. In fact, here's some support.
Western Med to support Tunis. Yeah, to give Tunis support. That is Morgante. He's always there to help.
He's really just there to say, I want to own the Western Med, not you. Okay, he actually disbands that fleet in the Western Med in response to the Italian attack. That's interesting also. Brandon now realized Brandon didn't like that convoy to Albania, so that's why he's responding the way he's responding here.
I mean, or Brandon just wanted some free stuff and figured he could get it.
Perhaps.
This is not the ideal Turkish position for waging war on Italy.
Not with all the armies, no.
We've got some action in the West. We've got, looks like Andrew picking up Holland and Evan picking up Berlin and Sweden and taking Denmark back. Interesting.
That is a lot for Evan to have accomplished.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is I feel like a pretty critical turn for Evan. Could have gone differently and worked.
I don't believe I like Morgante's Brest to Mid-Atlantic move. I understood what he was doing there, but it's a fall turn. You got to hit the English Channel and make sure you take Belgium. I mean, he was trying to prevent a bad guy from getting to the Mid-Atlantic. I certainly understand that. But you do that by going western to Mid-Atlantic. I mean, Morgante is a better speedboat player than I am, but I don't quite understand that set of moves.
I think you're right on that one, David.
Winter of 2004, we've got 2 players tied for with 7 centers. Brandon at 7 and Morgante at 7. Italy is the board leader at 8 center Italy. But none of that really matters. What matters is our scores overall. Let me see if this works right now. Let's see. So at the moment, this is where our scores sit. If we were to end right now, Andrew would be winning this game, Andre at 44 points and Evan at 38. So unlike how we typically do this, I'm not going to say who do you like to win the board, but who do you like to win the event? I'm going to start with you, David.
To be honest, Andrew Zick may still be able to pull this out. I I mean, there's a lot of fluidity left. It's only 1904, so who knows? I don't like Brandon's chances here. I would like it a lot better if he had another fleet. But the one fleet, I just don't know how he really wins this. Now, Andre may not commit everything to the Turks. He may decide to keep a fleet intervening in the west, but if I were him, I wouldn't. I would just spend my fleets going and get in position on the Turks, probably. If he's got time, it's only 1904. That's a long way to answer for me. I think Andrew Zick, considering the fact that he's still not in a terrible position, he's got a lot of fleets, he's still got some guesses he could make, take back the North Sea, even lose some stuff to Evan, but maybe gain some stuff other places.
Saren,
I think
what
there's
about
still
you?
some chance for him to pull this out.
Saren?
It's really hard to say. I would say Brandon if he'd taken Warsaw last year and put down a fleet. That would have been a good position.
All right, moving on. Spring of 05. Saren, I'll have you take the lead here.
Yeah, so it does actually go pretty decently for Brandon, all things considered, in large part because Andre opts to send Tyrrhenian, the pivotal fleet, west instead of east. So Andre has decided that his one fleet in Ionian is enough to fight Brandon. I'm not so sure about that. There's an argument there for like sending Tyrrhenian to Ionian and then forcing Aegean in the fall. Like that's probably what I would have done because now like Brandon is getting Vienna, probably going to be able to get something off Andre this year. It looks really messy, but in the west it's Morgante now not so effective in fighting Andrew because Andrew is getting into good position to take back some of that homeland, and he's also getting pressure from Andre there.
I think Andre's just made a pivotal mistake. Go to Eastern Med there, go to the Ionian, force Aegean, get position on the Turks. Maybe he didn't think that would work and it would slow, take all of his time, but what's definitely not going to work is actually losing the war. Maybe he doesn't think he's going to because he can take Vienna back. Yeah, he does take Vienna back. But loses Serbia. Gets into the Aegean anyway. Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why Andrei Grubikov is a Super 7 guy and I'm not. So maybe he's got this figured out. I just don't like to send the two fleets west, and now they're not doing anything. Like, that you really could have used that fleet, the Eastern Med and the Aegean. I don't know.
So Roy is going back up to 3 dots. You don't see that very often in Speedboat, where it's common that if you go down, you don't stop going down. But Roy, it looks like, has no enemies and is slowly getting back his homeland.
Yeah, Andrew had definitely was not able to parlay this into as much as I was hoping he could, because he has lost Belgium, he's lost St. Pete.
I feel like that helps set up Evan into good position. Seems to be the one who could take advantage of Andrew going down 2, it looks like.
Yeah, I think so. So much for my prediction, because I think that'll prevent him from being able to. I don't see how he comes back from that.
Another fleet build from Evan and the disbands. What did those disbands tell you, Saren, from Andrew?
From Andrew? Like, he's not really disbanding in any particular direction. Like, it looks like he's just trying to keep his units compact and, like, fight for what few dots he can, right? Because there's a chance that, like, Andrew can, like, actually win this tournament just by surviving, like, even on 1 dot or something. Like, it could be enough. So, like, that's probably what he's going for here. Just slow the bleeding, try to stay alive on what he can.
I agree that that's what he's trying to do. I just think it's really hard to do now. There's so much time left in this game. And it just almost, good for Brandon, but it almost makes me sick for Andre what has happened to him in this war, because now he's lost the fleet battle instead of making sure that Brandon is pinned in him. Then he can't do that now.
It was a Jedi mind trick by Brandon. By putting down 0 fleets, Andre decided he didn't need any fleets either, and all of a sudden Brandon has more fleets.
It was not a mistake. It was genius.
Yep.
Oh, Serbia! Why does Serbia, Serbia, the place where armies go to die in the speedboat meta?
Yeah, that's pretty well done, actually,
Hmm.
by Andre.
Maybe Evan's gonna top the scored. Look at where Evan's.
Considering how out of position he was after the convoy to Livonia that didn't work for him, that would be quite a surprise. Of course, we were surprised in the last game with Andrew sort of being out of position and then coming back to take that game.
I mean, get this. Evan is going from 4 dots in 03 to now this year. He's gonna end up with Holland, Norway, and the North Sea. Like the North Sea is his.
Andrew is able to get Edinburgh out of it.
Yeah.
That's about it. Goodness. All right. Was Brandon able to bounce back in the Eastern Theater? I mean, he does kill that Italian fleet in Bulgaria.
Losing Serbia there though is really sad because, I mean, Serbia, the key to the Balkans, as everybody says.
Look at the resurgent Roy Rink trying to go up to 4. Actually, trying to go up to 5. He went after Berlin and Sev.
Yeah, we have Brandon actually in the stream chat saying that he should not have let Roy live, as well as that. Yeah. So now we see why he shouldn't have let Roy live.
Yeah.
In the winter of 1906, we do see North Sea as you predicted for Evan.
We also see Evan in really good position, as you predicted.
Andre's building 2.
Yeah, but I wonder, I guess the problem Brandon has is Roy, really. If that stuff was, if Roy was pointed in the German direction, this would be easier for Brandon to deal with. If Roy is truly coming south, there's nothing Brandon can do here. He doesn't have enough units.
Yeah, I mean, like for Roy here, it's like, what are you gonna do except for try to take Sev? I mean, Roy's not even doing that because he opted to cover St. Pete, which is actually good for Brandon. But at this rate, it's like quite bad for him because Andre has just taken all of Austria.
Yeah, I know. I was complaining about Andre's moves earlier, but he sure has turned this around tactically. I didn't like the fact that he had let sort of Brandon off the mat by not being an Aegean and Eastern Med, but maybe that's not going to end up mattering here. Thanks to Roy, really, because Roy was distracting Brandon's units so much, partially. But anyway, in the West, what do we got? Andrew Zigg's just going down the drain, right? Morgante's trying to figure out how he can take this position and parlay it into a board top. Because I'm not sure how you do that here. Well, there's still plenty of time. There's still 4.5 moves left. So he's still got some time.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about Evan deciding to go for St. Pete here. Like, just leaving like England to Morgante is like.
I think I would have left Roy alone if I were Germany and gone west. I think that's what I would have done.
Yeah, right. Because if you're trying to get an FG here, like what you want is for France to go south. Like I'm not saying that he won't, and like obviously I'm not Morgante. Like I don't know how he thinks, but I would be surprised here if he actually takes it up and like goes south instead of just continuing on to Evan, because like Evan is where the dots are.
And it would take him a while to relocate to the Mediterranean.
Yeah.
So you might as well push forward with what you got. Germany had a bunch of fleets. I would have done fleety things with them, and taking St. Pete is not a fleety thing to do. There's nothing you could do from St. Pete with a fleet.
Yeah, exactly. If you lock up like the West, you can get St. Pete anytime you want. Like there was no really need to rush for it here.
Yeah. But otherwise, look, there's a lot of stasis in the Eastern Front.
Army Marseille instead of Fleet Brest. Interesting.
Piedmont, maybe.
Yeah, but like you're not going to take anything off Andre, right? Like Piedmont is just a balancing move, and like balancing is only really worth it if you're going to top this board. I don't know. Maybe it'll work.
I would have built a fleet. I mean,
Yeah.
you're big. I think you're right, Sarah. The bigger potential that he has is against Evan in the north, in the west, not hoping to guess right, get to Tuscany, and then guess right some more and all that. Of course, I guess he figures maybe he figured he needed the other army to fight the Germans with, but
Like I guess it was a feint. Like he thought, okay, I'll build an army in Marseille, and then I'll go attack Evan. He won't see it coming, but Evan kind of saw it coming, so I'm not sure.
what the Italians appear to have decided that that's all he's going to get from Brandon. He's going to go take Munich.
Okay, interesting.
That is interesting. So the Germans take North Sea back, but they lose Belgium. That's what it is, right?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, so like with Italy also attacking Germany here, like I'm inclined to give the advantage to France. Like those units in Bohemia and Tyrolia have to be really, really annoying for Evan right now.
Now he builds the fleet Brest, does Morgante.
So winter of 08, we have a three-way tie for the top at 8 centers between France, Germany, and Italy. Turkey just behind at 7. Let's take a look and see what that looks like for our league for the results. And right now, Andrew Zick's still hanging on to first place, but just barely. Evan slightly behind at 46.5, Andre 37.5. So just looking at the centers, I don't know how many points each center is worth, but Evan, I feel like has a shot. Andre has a shot. Brandon, it would kind of take some chaos, and I don't know if there's enough time for him to get enough points to get all the way up above Andrew at this point.
It is hard to imagine, given the position there.
Yeah. So, Sarah, and I'm going to throw this one to you again. Who do you think has the best shot at winning the finals from this position?
Evan, contingent on Andre deciding to go east again, which I think there's a chance he will.
All right. David, do you agree?
I'm going to say yes, and maybe Andrew really does pull this out if Liverpool just continues to defend Edinburgh somehow against the Germans. I mean, he doesn't know that Andrew is in England. Mm-hmm. He doesn't know that he needs to kill Andrew to knock him out of contention. But Morgante is trying to put himself in contention. He's trying to figure out what's the fastest way I can get the most centers. But there's not a fast way he's going to get a lot of centers. Mm-hmm. Morgante's probably at it. Somebody's going to support Edinburgh against the other guys. Looks like. Now, are the Italians going east again? Yeah, kind of. Moving to Trieste is kind of going east again. Trying to go to Eastern Med. So could be Evans' tournament here. Takes Holland. Of course, he's losing Ruhr, but he's taking Holland in the fall turn.
Belgium?
Right. What did I say? I didn't mean Holland. I meant Belgium. Yes.
Yeah. It's good for Evan that he retakes Belgium here. I thought it was a mistake not to go for Edinburgh, like with an army in the spring, but it all worked out for him, so he's doing fine. And Andre decides, meanwhile, he's going to go up to the line again. So Andre is just going back and forth between the two, trying to look for some way in, trying to worm his way in there, but it's going to be hard.
Well, now you've got France in Ruhr and Italy in Tyrolia and Bohemia. Does that change your calculus on Germany's chances here?
Italy has now put 3 on Munich. You're right.
Oh yeah, so we should.
It changes the calculus on Evan, but not necessarily on Andrew, because it's still hard to imagine that Andrew is going to last and survive like a full 3 more years, which is what he needs.
Maybe that's true. Maybe not.
And Evan doesn't need necessarily to have the most points at the end of this game, just needs to have more points than the other players besides Andrew.
Every time Evan thinks he's going to pull away from this game, something happens to him. I mean, he's still ahead, but I'm talking about pull further ahead. Every time he thinks he's going to pull further ahead, the Italians keep coming back, for example. And there's a French guy in Ruhr now.
Andre Seesaw Gribakov.
The French losing Liverpool means, what does that mean? It means he's not able to support the poor Austrians. I mean, the English.
I mean, but Andrew doesn't need that support. What he needs is a place to survive, and now he has Liverpool, because I can't imagine that Evan's going to bounce him out of Liverpool.
No, that would be a mistake if you did that.
Yeah, Andrew will live to fight another day. But very interestingly, Morgante actually supports Andre into Munich. So blowing up that army, not good for Evan.
I think that kind of makes sense for Morgante. Unless he causes some kind of chaos in the middle of the board, he has no chance.
Oh yeah, that was absolutely the right choice for Morgante. Maybe not the right choice for Andre going for it in the first place, because now Brandon has Serbia, and Serbia was what Brandon was after for a long time.
And Sevastopol is what Roy Rink was after.
Yeah. Roy will end on 4 by the end of the game. He's going to have all of his home centers.
This is fascinating from a points standpoint, because Andre's now, in my opinion, at risk. I think Brandon's got the leg up in the Balkans, and that's the person that's the biggest threat to Evan. But Evan also needs enough points to beat Andrew. So with those points being chipped away in Munich and Belgium here, it's really going to be interesting to like. It's coming down to the wire, is what I'm trying to say. It's a long way of saying that.
Yep.
All right, Saren, why don't you lead us off in 1911?
Yeah, so Brandon absolutely making progress against Andre, but unfortunately for Brandon, this must be heartbreaking. He left Roy to live earlier in the game, and now Roy is going to end his chances conclusively by walking into Ankara. Like that is just brutal for Brandon. Oh, and Roy must be like thrilled because Brandon's the one who attacked him right at the start of the game, like relentlessly. So this is great for Roy, and also pretty good for Andrew, because nobody's going after him still. He might just pull this out.
He might. Although Evan's trying to set himself up to take that Liverpool center. Maybe he can.
Yeah, he's definitely setting himself up for it now.
All right, so just taking a look at our points again here. So at the moment, Andrew 54, Evan 47, Andre 38. So if we go back, we've got one more year coming up, I believe. So what does Evan need to win this? Well, helping Andrew not survive would probably go a long way.
That's going to be a big part of it, and of course the center itself is worth something as well. But that is a big part of it. I mean, it's not all peaches and cream for him, as I've said earlier tonight, in the sense that he's losing Berlin, but still.
I actually think if he holds everything right here, like that's enough for him, because like he's topping the board on 8, and he's still going to be topping the board on 8, right? Oh no, because Andre will pick up 1 from Berlin, so they'll be tied instead. I wonder what that changes. No, not necessarily, because Brandon is going to pick 1 off Andre. But then Brandon will be on 8. No, because Roy took Romania. Oh my god! I think this is enough for Evan.
Wow.
This is a lot. The biggest thing that's happening here is Liverpool getting taken.
Yeah.
They don't know that, maybe, but that's the biggest thing that's happening here. This is fascinating. This fall is really going to be fun to see.
Yeah, Evan straight up took London, so like that's it. That's enough for Evan.
That should be it.
Yeah. Wow. What a finish.
Yeah, definitely came down to the very last turn. And here we see where it is going into the fall. And then let's see.
It's not a tie, is it?
No, I think he's.
Here we go. So now game over. And we see our final results.
There we go.
Evan does take the lead. So well done, Evan Swihart. Evan winning the this league, and also winning the, of course, won the first ever Nexus Press League. So another player who's been pulling out some big wins of late. So fun to see. And I always enjoy getting to check in on Speedboat from time to time. Such a fun format. And if that's something you're at all interested in, check out the Nexus Discord server, Nexus League's server. And they've got games that happen very regularly there. Sign up, you'll get notifications with people trying to start up games. And the fun thing about that is every 2 months, the league resets. So it's also a great way to get some experience playing in a format with cuts and a playoff, if you will, every couple of months. So really, really fun league. Appreciate all the organizers and players doing that. And it also has a really fun community built around that hobby. So check it out. Well, Saren, David, thank you both for covering this league with us. Saren, I know it is extremely late for you, and really appreciate you joining the stream. It's always a pleasure. We're going to wish you good night. And again, thank you.
Let me say one thing to Sarah. First of all, always fun to have you on the stream. I love being on here with you. I wanted to tell you that I read your after action report from the DBNI final, and I enjoyed it. And I'm so glad that you are in our hobby, and I'm glad that you are with us tonight.
Absolutely.
Thanks, David. Thanks, Brian.
Thanks,
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
And David, Brandon, welcome back. I got confused by the living room. I apologize. Welcome back to the stream.
Thanks, man. I want to echo David's comments about Saren. I'm not only glad that you're part of the hobby, I'm glad that you're part of the DBN family now. So great work tonight, as usual. And look forward to seeing you on another board, on another broadcast and another board at some point. Sure. I'll add too, by the way, the Nexus Speedboat League. This was the first time I'd played it. I jumped in as part of my preparation for the DBNI. Actually, I just wanted to get some reps in, and it's really fun. And there's lots of good after action discussion as well for those games. So I highly recommend it.
And I'll say for just the idea of after action in general, that is something I would encourage anybody who's looking, how can I improve my game? That is one of the single best ways to do that. Take a few minutes after your game, analyze it, whether it's with the players that you played the game with, get their perspectives and their feelings, or even if it's more introspective, just write some notes. What did you feel like you did well? What are some opportunities you've got to learn from what happened in that game? Every single player that I know that has transitioned from a new player into a successful competitive player has spent some time doing after action reports, and I highly encourage that. And it's good for community building too.
The one that I was referencing that I had read from Sarah, and I read today because it was in the latest Diplomacy World that just got released on Friday. Her after action report for the DBNI was very well written. It's a good example. That's not only good for us to read, it was probably good for her to process what happened by creating that after action report.
Exactly. All right. Well, it is time for us to get to our final game of the night. So let's let's go to VDL game 26 or 96, Stealing Home. In Austria, we've got Tim Sars. Looks to be new to the VDL this season. Looks like they have played in DBNI before. England, Brandon Dix. Looks like a first-time player. Welcome, Brandon. France, we have Jackson Roberts, who we saw earlier today. Germany, Jason Massbaum, who we also saw earlier and is, of course, the winner of the Calamar Cup this year, 2022. Italy, we've got Aiden Lewis returning again. Russia, we've got JJ Raymond. And Turkey, Jonathan Strange, who I have not seen this season, actually for a little bit. So good to see Jonathan coming back. Brandon, I'm going to go ahead and move you up. Actually, I'm going to have David do play-by-play. You'll do color. But I'm going to give you a chance, Brandon. Set up. What are the stories we should be looking for with this group of players?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but is Aiden pulling the triple today? Did he play in all 3 rounds?
I think he did.
I do think that that's the case.
That is a lot. 24 consecutive hours of diplomacy.
Of course, he's a youngin' too. He's a young boy.
He's a teenager, right?
He is.
Yeah. All right. So good for you, man. Do it while you can. It's hard not to look at Jason Massbaum and see him on a board now. He is, officially a big gorilla. And last month, he was able to parlay his, big gorilla status into an okay survival score. I think he came in second. Can he avoid being targeted again? And, we've got some newer players here, players who haven't played a whole lot, like Tim Sars and Brandon Dix. Jonathan Strange hasn't played a whole lot, although that name is more familiar. So this is a real wild card board. I don't see obvious storylines beyond Jason and Aiden.
All right, let's take a look at our board. Here we go. Still don't have it.
Always fun to see the graphic again, though.
Yeah.
Oh, can we get it a third time? Right. You did such great work on those graphics.
Yeah, got to show it off,
Always nice to see. Yeah.
All right. April 2022 final game of the evening. Here we go. David, take us away.
Nobody goes to the channel. That 2 army move north is a move that I actually like a lot myself for the French because it puts maximum pressure. It puts good pressure on Belgium. It doesn't waste 2 units going towards towards Iberia. The Budapest to Trieste, probably not something I have maybe ever seen. And so, Tim, coming from the Netherlands, there may be some different ways to play there. The otherwise, I don't know. The 2 armies going north from Aden is an interesting move for the Italians. Something we don't see as much anymore. We used to actually see it a fair amount. We haven't seen it a lot in the last several months or years of virtual play. The just send both armies against Austria move, which is what that is.
Yeah, I mean, the Austrian and Italian moves in combination just look like that negotiation didn't go well. I will say, Tim, if you're a distrustful Austrian, if you don't trust your neighbors, the hedgehog is the best defense, and that is Trieste to Venice. Budapest just has to go to Serbia. You got to be able to guarantee that you pick up a dot. So interesting to see how that one evolves.
People don't really like Turkish opening Kandabul and Smertakon. This would have been a great time for that to have been done.
Yeah.
I, David, have seen the opening of Budapest to Trieste, and I remember it vividly because I did it, and it did not go well for me. So
Really,
we'll
that's
s-
surprising.
Yeah, I know, shocking. We'll see how it works out for Tim. Wishing him more success than I had. Fall of 1901. David, we'll keep you on play-by-play for this whole game.
Oh my goodness. Not only does he not take Serbia, but the Turks move to Greece to block that. That's what he decides to do instead of, for example, doing something like going to Serbia or something like that. He actually blocks the Austrians in Greece. So also moves the army and the fleet around. Nobody goes to the Black Sea. That's interesting. In the West, Germans letting the Russians in, which could be interesting now that the Russians and the Turks look like they're going to be buddies. Another game in which we see a supported move into Holland when England tried to match the Germans. It's the second time we've seen that tonight.
Yeah.
Tiroli to Munich. Almost said,
Yeah.
I forgot to say Tiroli to Munich. All right, here, Brandon, go.
Yeah, I was just going to say that's the big difference in this game than when we saw that previously, which is that Aiden, who I think is now establishing himself as a primordial agent of chaos, has taken Munich. This aggressive opening that he parlays into 2 builds. Problem with Italy going to Munich, especially without following up from Venice, is that you can't hold on to it. And so it's really only worth doing if you can parlay it into a dot somewhere else on the board. So that's the task that Aiden has set himself. But we've got what looks like a good RT opportunity with AI having obvious conflict. If JJ and Jonathan can get their act together, then they can do a lot of damage here. But Jackson is the one I would want to be on this board at this moment, I have to say.
Agreed. Not anymore.
Not anymore. Wow, 2 army builds. You got to put down a fleet, man.
I don't think I have ever done that.
Yeah. Nope. I mean, it maybe wave 1, the Andrew Goff mind meld trick. I've definitely done that, but yeah. I can see, especially with an army in Picardy and Belgium, like you already have 2 armies on Burgundy. You don't need a 4th. Yeah, that's rough.
I mean, really, the only thing that makes any sense would be go to Piedmont. It's the only thing that really makes any sense.
That's true. And that's actually you know what? If you're confident in the EF and you really want to get going on Munich, that's not a bad way to go.
It's not a good way either. I'm going to go with no, but I appreciate the argument.
Yeah.
Convoy to Holland. I mean, he tried to go there one time, the English did, and this time they go with, I assume, with support of Belgium. I can't read that exactly, but I'm assuming that's what that means.
Yep.
Brandon Dix knew that Norway was going to get taken out. So we just went ahead and went to Skagerrak because he's fighting the Germans. He doesn't care about the Russians taking Norway, maybe, or he can take it back if he wants to. He's got 3 units. The Italian orders to Berlin. Sometimes you just retreat there. The orders to Berlin. And the RT people just come. They're just coming. They're going west. I was going to say one thing about the Munich. Sometimes the Italians will go to Munich with the army, and the whole point was to build an extra fleet, and then you don't really care anymore after that. That army could just go away. Not when you're fighting Austria do you do that, but who knows? Maybe he doesn't think he's fighting Austria anymore.
Yeah, it feels to me like they have made up. But the problem here is that Munich has to go to Bohemia. If you care about the AI and you want to fight an RT, Munich just has to go to Bohemia. You have to make up with Germany and say, I'm sorry, I wanted to, convert one of the armies into a fleet. But, supporting himself to Ionian suggests that he doesn't trust the Austrian as much as he should or could. But everything's coming up RT and F to me.
Oh, yeah. Agreed. Totally agree. Although the convoy to Holland is not bad for England. I mean, it depends on what he does now.
Oh, that's useful information.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Jason. That makes sense.
So when did Tim sub in, if someone could tell us that?
I would guess in spring of 1902. It would be good to know, though.
Yeah, that does make sense.
Spring of 02. Okay.
Even if it came from Massbalm, I tend to believe it.
Oh, wow.
Boy. In for a penny, in for a pound, says the Italians. I'm going to Munich.
Yeah, with the help
Which
of
wasn't
the
actually
French.
necessary because Germany was leaving Munich.
But the fact that the French are helping is funny.
That's not completely unheard of. I mean, you can have Italian armies screwing around in Germany with France. That can happen.
Yeah. It's
But
to France's. Is it to France's?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, is it to France's benefit though? I mean, if you're France, do you want Germany to be able to fight England a little bit longer?
I think you just want chaos that you think you can benefit from it. It may or may not be the right move. I'm just saying it happens, and it happens here. I think the theory is you kill Germans because those are people who can actually build units back and stuff. You can kill the Italians and you knock them out of there later, is the theory behind it. But again, I'm not sure if the Italians, that's the best theory when there's RT coming. Although the Italians look like they got into the Aegean there, right?
Yeah, thanks to support from the Austrians.
Greece. Yeah.
Yep.
So they're trying to put up some defenses here. It doesn't help that they lost Vienna, but they're putting up some defenses.
And if they had more, if Austria had, some Italian armies to help out, they might actually be able to push them back.
Well, maybe he's got one with Silesia.
So France waived a build there, yeah?
Is that true?
Yes.
All right, and then moves to
You just
Mid-Atlantic.
can't have two fleets, Jackson. Is that what you're trying to say? You just can't have it.
What? And so Marseille didn't actually move; it just supported a unit to Burgundy, and then
That is
sat
the
there.
definition of slow playing.
Yeah, this is where you maybe get a little bit too clever. So now he moves to Mid-Atlantic, which I don't think you want to see if you're England, although it looks like you might be getting a build from Denmark. Sorry, I'm stepping on your play-by-play toes.
No. Let's just riff here and get this one analyzed.
So it's a mess in the east that ultimately benefits Russia and Turkey. They both pick up a dot. I see, but Russia lost Vienna, so it's an exchange. Yeah. But still, advantage RT. Yeah, they're just progressing there. And interestingly, Tim pulls that fleet rather than using it for another turn.
That's just a mistake.
Yeah, because you could use it to cover Trieste when you move
Or
Trieste.
something.
Yeah, something like that.
Or take a shot at Greece or something.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the theory was maybe you can figure out some way to rebuild his army, but he's not going to be able to figure out a way to do that.
Jonathan Strange is kicked out of Eastern Med and interestingly retreats to Syria rather than an open Smyrna. So presumably Khan is going to be pulled down here, but Smyrna or Aegean should be kicked out. Anyway, we're speculating about future moves. Let's move on.
Yeah, that's what happens there. The Italians go to Albania. They had to do that because there's no Austrian fleet in Albania to do anything, maybe. I don't know.
Well, and Trieste gets dislodged, and Tim says, all right, guy, an open Venice is sitting right there, and Tim says, time for me to take a bow.
Yeah, never mind. I'm not gonna try to hang around and help the RT by hanging around, I guess.
That's good stuff.
Jackson's coming to help with his one fleet.
JJ picks up 2, Trieste and Budapest. Jackson picks up Munich here. Jason is getting a little bit of the royal treatment finally. And this will be a good moment to ask who do you like, or unless you want to wait one more year.
No, let's go ahead.
All right.
Just take a look at it here.
Well, so that waived build from Jackson is now sitting in the bank. So now that investment's paying off, and now you can put down 2 fleets and make a good argument. I think that that you need to build in Brest. All right, David, who do you like? Who do you want to be?
Probably Jackson. You know, I didn't like the four armies. I still don't like four armies, but the a way it can work is if you've got Italian armies screwing around in there and helping you screw up the Germans. That's about the only way that can work, and it did work. But I do think it's time to build the fleets. I like Jackson's position.
I do too. I'll make an argument for JJ here. JJ's building one here. It's for JJ, and Vienna's going to be theirs. It's kind of a question of, for JJ, containing the future Turkish threat.
It's just like you to worry more about your allies than your enemies. I'm fine with Turkey going and doing stuff. Good. We're in a line.
Yeah, it's not about, it's about containing. I mean, Turkey is both Russia's best ally and biggest threat. You don't deny that, do you?
You just worry about your allies more than you worry about your enemies. I just don't understand that way of thinking. My ally is my friend.
David, we've got 2 fleets from France.
Yep. I like that. Almost regardless of what he intends to do, I like it. And I think if I were him, I would do this.
Yeah. You want to at least make an effort to go south, even if it's likely to be stalemated.
You know who doesn't pass up an open Venice when they can do it? JJ Raymond.
Yeah. Interesting. And Prussia goes to Warsaw here. JJ may have been a little bit too cautious, leaving Galicia behind.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he was trying to accomplish there, but maybe he thinks there's some value in slow playing.
Well, but now that he's stabbed, now that he's attacked Italy, he does have to worry about Italy helping Germany into Warsaw, although that seems unlikely.
I don't know what Italy's doing. Nobody's been able to figure it out so far.
Italy is drawing pictures on the map, painting
and enjoying
colors.
himself. But guess what? That is what the game is about: is enjoying yourself.
Indeed.
Especially when you put in 3 games, you deserve a little bit to release a little steam.
That's true. Even a teenager may be operating on fumes at this point.
So does Jonathan Strange take Romania here and try to blow up that Russian fleet? And that could be arranged, that sort of thing.
Usually you do that in a spring turn.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's possible. Certainly possible.
No, but
just take Budapest.
Just take Budapest. I mean, but that could have been by arrangement as well to keep Vienna from going there. But in that case, I think you'd want Galicia to go to Vienna with support from Trieste. Be a little bit better there. Otherwise, Jackson commits fully to the south while taking Berlin in the north. And, Brandon has got a lot of units east. He's very spread out, but Jackson's not in a position to move on him. So
they've both moved a lot of pieces east.
Yeah,
that's because they're succeeding. I think.
Yeah, it's a nicely functioning EF, and I think they both. Well, Brandon has 2 more dots to pick up in the north before there's a problem for him. For Jackson, it's going to be harder for Jackson to pick anything up in the south. Oh, I'm sorry, I take that back. Tunis is not guaranteed.
Yeah, he's got 3 guys.
Yeah, and there's nothing in. He has to. If he's smart, he will wait until the fall to take it, though, because he'll have to risk Wes in order to guarantee it.
Of course, by then there may be a Turk in there.
Well, now you can just build another fleet. I take that back.
Well, yeah. Well, okay. The Italian Expeditionary Force has finally given up.
Lost 2 dots. Yeah.
English building the army. Got to make Jackson feel happy about that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think JJ's chances are pretty low at this point. I think I'd rate Jonathan's above JJ's. What do you say?
Yes. I totally agree.
Yep. God, it's only 1904. These games.
Although it's an interesting position that JJ has.
Yeah.
They get into the Ionian, they get maybe to Apulia or something. I mean, there's some interesting things happening here.
JJ's got a decent position if he can make a good diplomatic pitch. He's just gotta have Jonathan really bend over backwards to strengthen the alliance over the individual position.
And if you're Jonathan, do you want that? Or is this the time to make a move?
I think there's an argument for making a move here.
Yeah, I do too.
The risk being Brandon might be in better position to take advantage. I mean, but you're racing for Russian dots at that point.
Yeah, but you just might have that might be a better path to getting bigger than waiting and, hoping to pick up a couple Italian dots. I think it is a path anyway to stab Russia here and hope that England and France start fighting each other.
I mean, the alternative is to go and either support the Italians or try to take the Italians out. But I'm not sure that either one of those has a high chance of succeeding in a board top situation.
Yeah.
Unless there's a stab of Russia coming later after you maybe support the Italians for a while.
Yeah, and there's an argument to be made to see if Russia's definitely going to lose 2 in the north. So the other path would be that Russia loses the 2 and pulls 2 southern units, and and that just makes it easier for you to sweep up those dots later. That appears to be what's happening. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm saying I'm assuming that the fleet in Bulgaria is about to get piffed.
Yeah. Yeah, and
the Austrians helping the Russians into Bohemia.
And Turkey walks through, does not blow up the Russian unit. This is a mistake. This is a mistake from multiple standpoints. You want to get Russia. You want Russia to not have to disband another unit in the north, but there's no reason for that fleet to stay in the south. So giving them a dot and blowing up the fleet are the same as far as the units that Russia can keep in the north, but it's one less unit for Turkey. So Turkey has sacrificed a dot in order to allow Russia to keep that fleet in the south. There's really no reason for that.
Yeah, so you're
Although
saying
the Turks being in Turanian and Ionian is not terrible.
Yeah, it's not, but he has to disband one here. And also there's no reason for Vienna to still be for Austria to still exist.
Yeah, he's not doing anybody any good. This would have been the time to support the Turks into there or something like that.
Yeah, let Turkey take it. You'd have to stay in Trieste. That's the problem. But
even if you didn't stay in Trieste.
Well, then they retreat to Trieste, right?
No, I mean Trieste would be the moving unit.
Oh, of course. Thank you.
Yeah, they could have forced that.
Yep. It would slow them. It would slow down the assault on Munich by, that one by Tyrolia. But I think
but what assault on Munich? I mean, that's not going to work.
Yeah.
All right. This seems interesting to me. I'm curious. What are the disbands in the east, and what are the builds in the west?
Well, presumably the Russian fleet in the south is going to get disbanded. Presumably.
Yeah, and Fleet Con.
Probably, because you don't really need that. Now that you've decided you're not stabbing, you've gone way too far west to do that.
Yeah.
So you're going to try to get something out of that by taking Naples or whatever.
Boy, this Leviathan has been very successful. What?
Sure is.
Yeah, and then it definitely Fleet Marseille. Probably. What's the other one? The other one can only be used against England. So.
Well, this would be an argument for a wave.
Yeah.
And a mutual wave, English wave, French wave.
English Army Edinburgh,
Yep.
Fleet Marseille. Yeah.
Yep. That has functionally the same thing with the two English armies, but the French army is like, I guess you could make an argument for it. You can make an argument for it.
You can, but it is a unit that could be turned offensively against England, because of Holland. So if we see Burgundy go to Ruhr and Paris go to Burgundy here, which again is defensible.
I mean, they're just locking down Munich, etc.
Although Burgundy should go to Marseille here. Yeah. Oh.
Baltic? Oh my gosh.
Yeah. That's not okay. That's really not okay. Oh wow. What is the point of that?
That makes no sense at all, JJ. Come on.
Oh,
Unless this is a delayed stab we're getting ready to see.
there's no point in stat. JJ, all JJ could do here is ruin Jonathan's game. Can't do anything for himself.
I mean, it's not as if Baltic was a greatly useful unit, but it would maybe slow them down a little.
Yeah. Yeah, and Warsaw could be supported to Livonia here, right? I think there's lots of slowing down that could happen here. Ukraine should be going to Warsaw. So, like, Baltic could have gotten blown up and then rebuilt in Sevastopol as an army.
Baltic could have ordered Livonia.
Yeah, that too.
Which would order Prussia with support. I mean, instead, they've basically got a little war going. I guess they don't really. The Turks are just there to defend. Never mind. But the fleet Baltic just makes no. I mean, Bulgaria makes no sense.
Yep.
Come on, JJ.
All right, this game feels like it's locking up. It doesn't seem like anyone wants to make a move.
The net effect of losing that fleet is, I mean, look at Russia or England moving in. That's gorgeous, and just I don't know. Okay, yeah, there it goes. That's it.
I will say the only one that I think had a play here was France, Berlin, and Holland. But I don't think they would have been able to really hold on. I don't know. I mean, England is so far committed to the east.
I would have done it. I would have taken a shot. There's plenty of time left. You've got a big mishmash of Russia and Turkish units in various places that probably could have talked somebody into attacking somebody.
I mean, what do you have to lose, right?
Well, and there's an argument. It's early in the season. You take the shared board top and go home and like that, and you've built up, as Saren was talking about earlier, you're sort of building up chips that you can use in the future. But I don't think I would have done that if I were Jackson. I think I would have taken a shot. Maybe not right this minute. I don't know. But it's only 1906.
Brandon, what a way to start your first ever live game.
Okay.
Wow. Well
you
done.
cannot argue with Brandon Dix's play here. He played very, very well.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too overcommitted to the east here. But as far as like, solid alliance play, this is a nice result for a first timer.
Yeah, I think it would have been defensible to put the fleet in Denmark here and say, look, Jackson, I'm just making sure you don't do anything screwy.
Yeah, even a unit in Holland as well. Leave the army in Berlin. If you don't think you can get Warsaw or Moscow, don't line your armies up on the line there. And you can't get Warsaw or Moscow, so don't do it.
Yeah. Well, congratulations, Brandon. Congratulations, Jackson. This position is good for any EF, and to have it in 1906, very, very efficient play, and well done. Very different kind of game than what we've seen from the others, but still very interesting to watch. Really, really personally enjoyed all of the games that we saw tonight, but especially those first two VDL games that we saw. Really, all three of the early round games were just a blast. And
You want to know what else was a blast? The other game that was going on tonight, where the Tar Heels had defeated the Duke Blue Devils 81-77. I want to say publicly, as a Tar Heel, congratulations to Mike Krzyzewski for a wonderful, satisfying, and impressive career.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'll add on top of that as a lifelong Maryland Terrapins fan who grew up spending a lot of hate on the Duke Blue Devils and Mike Krzyzewski. That I unfortunately have to tip my cap to him and to them. And they did a great job of signing a very lucrative deal with the Devil. And at some point that'll come due, I guess. But
a Blue Devil, actually.
Indeed.
All right. Well, thank you both for your sticking through all of this tonight. I really appreciate you being on the stream. I had a blast. Let's take a look and see how our standings ended out now that we've finished these games.
First, a little comment from the top commenter on DBN, Chris Kelly.
I love it. All right, so we have our final standings after the April games. John Anderson holds on to first place. Roni Mordanoff moves up into second. Christian Brown into third. Jackson into fourth. Wes Ketchum, who did not play, is fifth. Tim Crosby jumps into sixth. And Jason Bennett, I believe, moves into seventh. So congratulations to our top seven. Look forward to analyzing those a little bit more in the upcoming month as we get ready. Next month, we are covering the Tour of Britain as our feature league. So all of you Tour of Britain fans, get ready. I haven't seen any of the games, trying to stay spoiler free there, but I have heard multiple people tell me that the games are very exciting. So really looking forward.
And you'll have 2 game days to analyze by then, yeah?
Yep.
Nice.
Yep. So, all right. I'm going to let you guys close out the show with some closing thoughts. David, I'm going to start with you. Thought about what you saw from the April show.
We saw some players who are newer players to diplomacy, some of whom made sort of suboptimal moves, some of whom were very impressive out of the gate. That is the way diplomacy works. Sometimes things work out good for you, whether you're experienced or not. But the thing to do is to learn, not just the players that were involved in these games tonight, but those of you watching this broadcast. You can learn from this. Maybe not learn very much from me or from Brandon or anybody else, but certainly from Saren, and also learn from just the way the play worked out. And the whole goal of DBN, a goal of DBN, maybe not the only one, is to help us improve as a hobby and as players of the game. And I think tonight's action will help us do that.
Absolutely.
It's great to see the new players come around. It's nice to see them get treated well, I have to say. And I think that's a credit to the hobby that people care about that sort of thing. Great to see Germany getting a board top. I'm just, we're starting off with really good results by Turkey, Italy, and now Germany. And it's nice to see some evening out. I lament the shared board tops. Those look like missed opportunities to me. So I hope that trend won't continue, but or maybe I hope it does, because I'm planning to join the play next month. And the more shared board tops that go around, the easier it is to make the top board for.
Well, knowing that you're planning to do that makes me realize that I missed an opportunity to slap you earlier on live YouTube, and that's unfortunate for me, but and probably unfortunate for our viewing audience. But it'll be good to see you back on the players list.
Well, David, maybe we can just play a clip of your analysis from the Diplomacy Winks Broadcast Network Invitational that was released the other day by Marcus on Captain Meme and his Diplostrats channel. Recommend highly. Anyone who's interested in diplomacy and how ludicrous it can become if taken to an extreme, go check out Diplostrats and the Diplomacy Winks Championship game.
Fantastic.
Flick rate. I loved the flick rate. Was that yours, Brian? Was that your idea?
I did. No, that was all Marcus. Anything that was good out of that was all Marcus.
Counter-flicking.
Yeah.
I think Karthik started saying, talking about people going and flicking themselves. And that's great.
Yeah, you're in for a treat. If you don't understand what we're saying, definitely check it out.
And then check out the fact that it was released on April 1st.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you all for watching tonight. And this was another really fun show. Would not be the same without all of you, especially shout out to our Diplo chat. And have a great night, everyone. And we will see you all soon.